have like stuff about pilots.
You didn't fill out your equipment list?
No.
To be fair, a lot of our shit got stolen.
I mean, only yours, really. Her stuff is less valuable because she wasn't carrying anything super important.
I mean, I'm gonna say if I went out drinking, I left the grenades at home at least, and the stim packs.
I don't feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, like she doesn't like bring stuff with her normally anyway. It's like.
So also, welcome everybody to episode 6 is what I've decided the number is because we did a weird number of streams of Lancer RPG.
It says 7 on the thing though.
7? Day 7. It's day 7, but not episode 7.
Okay, because we had day 0.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
We
Yeah,
had like
whatever.
half a day too.
Yeah. So
Right.
yeah. So technically we're day 8 of stream, but we've not completed that many missions. But we got a couple of multi-day missions. So that's a whole thing.
Me. This is like day 3.
And well, I mean, yeah, for your character, it's only like day 3. Also, thanks for the host checks. And I mean, I guess thanks for the host who can.
As always. Well, as I try to most of the time. Didn't do the half session.
Yeah, so last time on Wayfar, we ended sort of into today session, basically, in the sense that they sort of got the idea of what their mission was going to be. They're going to go to a mining town and escort some supplies and make sure that they're delivered and processed and handled. And they did some research into the fact that there's a bit of a worm problem.
Yeah, you're kind of burying the lead there, I think.
But first, we had one downtime session left to resolve. Romy hasn't done it.
That's right. Can I use that to try to add some more ammo capacity to my prototype weapon?
That's not a downtime action. That is actually something that's just done naturally when you roll. Doesn't necessarily guarantee more. When you roll, you take the new results for better or worse.
Well, I mean, I always have to roll to figure out how much
Correct.
it's going to hold. But I was thinking if it's a d6 plus 2, maybe she could tinker with it so it's a d6 plus 3 or 4 or something.
Let's say no on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so you do have to roll for that. Which, if you want, you can.
Yep.
That.
Let's see. Let me make sure it is a d6 plus 2. I think it is. Yep. Okay. Oh, joy.
I mean, not great.
Could be a little worse slightly, but not much. Honestly, not sure what to do with my downtime. That would be helpful.
I mean, yeah. Have you changing anything, or did you purely roll for number of charges?
I did change the weapon because I got my engineering up to rank 2, which added things to it.
Okay. That's fair. Fine.
You could go drinking.
Yeah. You have 4 charges of that. Yeah. Well, what kind of thing would you like to do?
mean, she's all about just gathering information since she's new here, but I'm not sure that that's going to get me anything useful. Like, I don't have a specific target for what she would be trying to gather.
Well, you still owe a favor. Guessing you don't want to deal with that right now.
Yeah, no. Maybe she could just do like a Ponzi scheme and just keep using favors to get rid of other favors.
Yeah, that's not how that one works. Well, worst case scenario, you'd always just get focused and get better at something.
What would I get better at? Like, what are my options there?
You pick a trigger, and you can either make it +2 if you don't know it, +4 if you do, or if it's already +4, make it +6.
And you can make up a trigger.
Yes.
Like, you can be like, she is really good at magic tricks. Like, you could actually make that a trigger. You could
She
do that if you
already
wanted.
showed that last week.
Yeah, no.
You
she
could get
did that. I
+2
thought
to
that-
playing the automaton.
I do have an automaton in the
Of
closet.
course you would.
I mean, I have one too, so.
Oh my god.
Of course you would.
You two are like best friends, just other
It's
side of
actually
it.
my second one because I broke the first one.
My other one my first one might be broke. It's in the closet. I don't know.
Good job.
+2 to something. I mean, I guess I could do that. Let's do cooking.
Okay.
Do I have to roll anything for that?
No,
Okay.
you just get focused.
Yay.
You just spent your time doing that.
Just spend your time cooking. Oh,
I'm all focused.
okay. So,
Learned what garlic
apparently,
was.
apparently, Me 6 is real bad at doing alert tags. That's cool. I'll have to fix that. Also, now that we've done the last downtime session, we can fast forward a little bit, right? So, like, you guys have found out what your mission is. It's been a couple days since your last one. You got a little bit of rest. You did your research. You learned about the many, many horrible things that worms can do. You're all looking real forward going to this town. Right? Absolutely. Of
Oh,
course.
totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Pop down to the hangar. Get into your mechs. And then when you get there, you find out that, like, you're not just escorting the cargo load. Actually just bringing the cargo load. There's just a driver and you guys. You guys are loading, unloading, and handling the negotiations of making sure everything is handled when it's done. Which, you know, in your defense, is really just get there and get someone to sign the paperwork, as it were. It's not really, not an involved process, but for the most part, they're not sending other representatives. It's just you and the driver, the cargo hauler. So like, you're not just providing security, you're effectively in charge of the operation. still, it's not terribly hard. In this case, the cargo haulers have already been preloaded. You'll have to do some unloading to get to the town. Mostly, you're just gonna be riding around in the back of a truck for a few hours, which I'm sure you're all super excited to get into a mech inside of a cargo hauler, driving through desert wastelands, the hot sun of the daytime.
Sounds like a Tuesday to me.
Yeah, well, Al's a weird guy.
Also, it better be a huge truck.
It's big, right? Like,
All right.
it's the kind of thing that, like, you know those like triple cargo crates that you guys were hiding behind before? Yeah, it carries like, think of it like, you know those big industrial cargo ships that we have, not like the super big ones, but like the small version of those, like that on land.
Yeah. All right. Gotcha.
Yeah. So like, there's plenty of room for you on there. It's like because it's gonna have supplies on there for the town for arguably a couple months, ideally. Practice, who knows? But the idea is that like they're not making daily trips out there, right? That's just impractical.
Right. In the middle of nowhere, you get a show in every couple months.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Now, do we get any sort of receipts or any way to check the cargo so when we get there and they try to say, hey, this is missing?
Yeah, so
it's
there
gonna
there
be our
is
fault?
there is a cargo manifest. If you really want to go digging through it, you can. But this is Holland Industrial. They've done a pretty good job of itemizing everything. So you're pretty confident that when they say what's loaded is loaded, that if there is something missing, it's not a clerical error.
Kind of Princess Briding it and just skipping the whole packing scene.
I mean, if you really want to sit there and itemize the inventory of the cargo ship as we go, you can. But I feel like that's not particularly interesting. Could be wrong. I don't know what you
No,
find
let's kill
interesting.
3 hours of this with inventory.
Yeah.
It'd be like a flashback to ShopRite, eh?
Yeah. Terrible. Terrible time for everybody.
Yep.
So yeah, effectively you guys haul up. Is there anything particularly you want to bring? Any equipment that you'd like to grab? Now is the time to figure that out. Otherwise, you guys will be setting out. Nobody? Nothing?
So let me pull up the old book here. Oh, sorry, go on.
I have my personal journal in the mech with me, but that's about it.
Yes. Do you yourself as a person want to bring anything?
I mean, Cat would just have a basic of a combat knife and like a gun, just in case. Because
Okay. That's fair.
I mean, I do have my usual kit on. I mean, it's a mission, so I would usually.
And she has her, like, obviously she has her connection to tablets and stuff. Whatever.
Yeah. So if you look at page 108, there is a basic like personnel equipment. You probably won't use it in terms of weapons. You're not expecting a whole lot, but that doesn't have to bring one. There are 3 types of weapons. There are what are called archaic weapons. That would be like swords, slug throwing pistols, stuff like that. Then there's alloy composite weapons. These are specifically designed for actual warfare, right? Like they're not just like show weapons or things. They may still be swords, but they do tend to be slightly more modern, right? Like, so that would be like energy weapon, the whole like sci-fi trope of the monomolecular blade, stuff like that. And then there's signature range weapons, which are like actual anti-vehicular weapons. That would be things like rocket launchers, pulse weapons, energy weapons, things that you would see in an actual wartime scenario, and that could theoretically offer something of a threat to a mech, even if not like ended, right? You do have your hard suits, which arguably for Cat is not much different than her mech, but it would be what she would wear between herself and the mech, right? Like you would have a flight suit for some basic protection because her mech doesn't fully cover her body because it's not designed that way.
I mean, I have the mobility hard suit and a light AC, the alloy
yeah.
thing, a light signature, and then I have a personal drone, the
Sure.
perso collar, and the data plating.
There are some additional items you can bring, starting on 112. I don't know if anyone really wants any of this stuff, but there are things like stims, thermal charges for like breaching, frag grenades. Go further down, there's like specialty visors, special hacking stuff, handheld printers for like printing things on the go, as long as you have a supply of things. All sorts of little knickknacks. Um, you're not expecting to be rugged camping or something because this is a town. So there are supplies there. There are certain amount of conveniences. Hello, Q. Hope you enjoyed that conversation. If no one has anything they particularly want to bring, we can just move forward. But if anyone has any questions on like the various things, and Kimchi's microphone is not working, and I'm guessing that it's still not working, given that nothing has yet been said.
Is it working now?
It is.
Hey, okay. I just had to turn it off and on about 800 times.
I mean, that's
How
IT
do you do-
101.
Yeah.
Yep.
How do you go about getting things for the printer?
Depends on what you want. For the most part, there's a certain amount of things where I can be like, yeah, that's fine. Keep in mind that like this is a handheld printer, it's like something you would carry. Like it would print like small things, like small tools and such. I would say probably not anything too complicated. Maybe like one or two things that are
Right.
like handheld on the list of other items I could give you. I would say before you do that, I would probably say pre-pick a couple of things if that's something you wanted to do.
I don't think it would be necessarily helpful this time around, but just for future.
Okay. So if no one has anything particularly they're interested in bringing, we can say we move on.
Well, I did have to replace my one melee weapon because it got stolen.
Okay, that's fine. It's a real
It
simple
was a
fix.
stiletto. Yeah.
And
So
I do have things that are under my pilot gear that are out there, like the collar and the drone and the data plating, which I think she would probably be using.
Okay.
Because she always has that on missions.
Okay.
yeah. Otherwise, I'd just like to basically go back to what I had pre-embarrassing night out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
None of that is like super expensive or super rare, right? So like it's really of no consequence for you to replace, re-gear, get your basic supplies. So everyone's just carrying 1 to 2 sidearms, and they have a basic, flight suit for when they board their mech. That's fairly reasonable of an assumption that not only can you get it, like it's not a difficult feat for you to get. Like it's just something you could just pick off of a rack and like, yeah, okay, that's fine. No one's gonna bat an eye about it.
Yep.
I mean, I figure since the goblin is with me, and it's basically my size, I kind of have access to everything I need anyway.
So you guys board. You basically have a completely uneventful trip to the town. It's hot, it's uncomfortable, and given that you're riding in like the cargo portion of the hauler, like you're exposed to the sun. Not exactly a smooth ride, so you're bouncing around a little bit on the back of this gigantic land crawler, effectively. Um, but you know, you've done a pretty good job of deterring uh Blade Cult for the time being, because it's only been about a day or so since. It's about 2 days since your last.
Can't we use the Tortuga, like have outstretch the Tortuga's arms so that we can like lie underneath it?
I mean, good. It's still hot.
Big enough.
It's just less sunny.
Yeah, but that is still shade.
Yeah.
I
That's
I
fair.
can tell you are not from the South, that you don't understand the value of that.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, that's good for you. That's not so good for the Tortuga.
I mean, if he didn't spend points on air conditioning, I don't know what to tell you.
I would assume that air conditioning is a given in something the size of a small building.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so we can all take turns in the cockpit.
Yeah.
Right, and so like there's that, and then like you can have the Tortuga's arms stretched out so that we have some shade underneath it.
True.
And I told all my drones to basically just go into like rotary fan mode.
The Ripper drone's just like feel the breeze.
So
Touch the fan.
you eventually do make it after a few hours in the pleasant Wayfar sun. Well, how we'll describe that experience, right? That's certainly incorrect, but that's how they describe the journey. You make yourself over to the town of Prospector's Hollow. Let's give you that. That might be a little loud. There we go. So, Prospector's Hollow is surprisingly populated. I will describe this, given the fact that this used to be a mining town and it is now abandoned. There's, you know, a couple hundred people probably that you can tell walking about in visible buildings and such. It is sort of put together. I mean, corporation, it survived. Sure.
Wait,
Right next to the
a lot better.
Slusho. It's next to the Slusho sign and the Fruity Nutty Odie Bar sign.
Hey, Fruity Nutty Odie bars
No,
are a trap.
like, there's literally a billboard with Coca on it.
Yeah.
In the picture, like it's there.
Yeah. We don't say name brands here.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Yeah. Certainly not sponsored. So you
I
can
mean, like,
see.
if they offer to sponsor you, are you gonna object?
No. So you can see that the town was built pretty Spartan to start with, and it's clear that after corporate funding kind of pulled out, that the city fell into a little bit of not not quite disrepair, right? Because people living here are making sure that everything's working, but they are sort of making do with what supplies they have. So there are a few recycled cargo containers that you can see that are making some of the towns, and a lot of things are patched up with mismatched materials. They have sort of kept the city or town technically going with what they have, and they're quite happy to see the cargo hauler show up with its new supplies. There's a designated.
Are we hauling coke?
Well, that's a loaded question. But yeah, so
We got here really fast.
yeah, yeah, you have like a staged area sort of on the outskirts of town where the hauler sort of parks like it's expected to be there, and there are a few. They look like sort of rough-looking, like workers. They're ready to unload and everything. You do get greeted by a sort of out-of-place looking fellow, in the sense that everyone else here kind of looks like they came out of sort of the sci-fi equivalent of like a western. The clothes are a little bit dirtier. They're a little more utilitarian looking. Like there's slacks and shirts and vests are not really a thing that you see here, right? Like everyone's either in casual clothes or like jumpsuits or like the remnants of what looks like salvaged mining like jumpsuits. But then there's this one guy who is in nice slacks and a button-down shirt. He's got a black vest on and he's got glasses, and he just stands out like a sore thumb. Like everyone else here looks like they're a little bit for wanting. This is the guy who does not seem like he's wanting of anything. He is standing there waiting for you when the hauler comes to a stop. And you do.
Al hops off the hauler and walks towards the dandy gentleman and says, "Hi, name's Al. What are you, the local alderman or something?"
So the gentleman who is waiting for you is holding like a digital clipboard effectively. And he sort of gives you a look. He looks at the driver, kind of nods at him, and the man, he sort of looks over at his clipboard, goes, "Well, you're on time, that's fantastic. My name is Fraser Cunningham. I handle the deliveries here in Prospector's Hollow. I am an appointed worker." He says the word worker kind of funny, like he doesn't like the title. But he says it anyway. They signed a worker from Eden, a governor official. My job is to ensure that everything is delivered and processed properly. I would like to see your manifest.
Al nods and walks back over and pops up to the driver and asks for the. I assume the driver has the manifest, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So Al's like, "You would like to see the manifest. Can I have that, please?"
The driver just sort of shrugs and is like, "Yeah, he always does," and grabs the clipboard and just sort of hands it to you through the window. And assuming that you take it, he gets out after you step away and starts, the process of setting up the unloading process.
Al walks over and hands over the manifest. Says, "Here you go." So, expecting anything special in this delivery?
He takes the manifest from you, sort of swipes his own terminal handheld device across it, and there's a soft beep as it syncs the data between the two. He hands you your manifest back without actually answering your question, and sort of steps toward the truck, following the driver effectively, as sort of the hauler opens up, and there's a ramp effectively that opens up off the back end and sort of folds out so that there's a seamless transition from the back of the truck onto the ground. And Fraser doesn't even further respond to you at all, as he just sort of makes a swift walk up the walkway and starts scanning the crates.
Al looks back over at the rest of his crew and shrugs. And then walks back over to the dandy gentleman. Says, "Do you need any help unloading?" Trying to be nice.
Al is so gentlemanly.
Fraser goes on scanning. It almost seems like he's not going to answer you for a moment, but after he finishes through a section of scanning, pauses, and he looks at you and goes, "Well, I'm not the one doing the unhauling. That's not my job. You should be talking to the guys down there." And he goes back to scanning.
Al looks to where he indicates to see who's going to be doing the unloading.
So, as mentioned, there's several men standing about. They're dressed a little bit more like you would expect on the waist. Their clothes are a little worn, tattered. There's one guy who seems to actually still be wearing his full mining jumpsuit. It is a little worn out and not quite tattered, but it's seen some abuse. So this was like a working man. He's the only one standing. The other guys are just kind of sitting on the ground in sort of the shade of a building, waiting for Fraser to finish his scan. So the one guy who's still standing doesn't look happy, but not particularly directed at you, right? It's just he's got this sour disposition on his face.
Can I tell, or would I have to roll for it, I guess? Maybe if he is directing his ire, or anyone or anything in particular? Should I read a situation?
He doesn't actually seem to be looking at anything or anyone in particular. He just looks generally disgruntled.
Okay.
Resting minor face.
Sure, yeah. Now you're not sure if he is actually upset at anything in particular. It's just right now he just is generically unhappy.
Okay. So Kat's hopped out by now.
I feel like Romy stayed and is keeping an eye on Frasier because she doesn't trust the whole manifest thing not to go wrong still.
I mean, that's fine. I feel like Kat would hop out and she would mutter just loud enough for anyone else who hopped out, but mostly Al. To hear I'm gonna regret this. And she goes over to the men and she's like, "Is there anything you guys can use help with while we're here?"
He kind of scoffs at you And now that you're a little closer, you can see that his name tag is sort of still.
Al does follow her over, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
You see that there's a name tag on his mining outfit, and it just says A.M. Warner. And then underneath that, there's sort of like a hand scrawled. You're not really sure how it's on there. It looks like it's marker, but obviously can't be because it's, you know, fabric. But like, it says Foreman under A.M. Warner, but now it's crossed out, and someone has sprawled Mayor on it. He kind of scoffs at you, and he goes, well, unless you're gonna reopen a mine, I don't know if there's a whole lot you can do to help me, but I'll let you know.
Okay then. I mean, we can't reopen a mine. None of us have the money to pull that off. But yeah, do let us know if there's something else while we're still here. And she's gonna casually just walk away because like she's not gonna push like them to make her help. Like she's like, no, I'm fine if you all have nothing for me to do.
Al sticks around, knowing. Because we discussed this previously, like part of the reason why the mine is closed down is because of the worms, correct? Or do we not know?
No, the mine was closed down first. So you don't have specifics, but you know that at some point in the history of Prospector's Hollow, it was a thriving mining town. And for some reason or another, Eden pulled its backing of the mine. The specifics that you aren't aware, but it's after the mine closed, and therefore they were no longer paying to upkeep the mine, that the worm problem happened.
Okay. So Al sticks around and says, so what caused the mine to close in the first place?
Why don't you ask Government Boy over there? He gestures to Fraser, since he thinks he's in charge here.
Al, putting on his best, man about town, it scoffs and goes, that dandy? What, he actually has power over you? Thought you're the mayor.
He kind of looks at you like you've got two heads. And he's like, Mayor? And he just sort of laughs real loud. It's like, yeah, I guess that's what that says on my shirt, don't it? He's still looking at you like you're super, like, weird, and goes, ain't no one runs this town, man. They just look to me for answers. But that guy over there, he's with the fancy government. What he says goes as far as Eden's concerned. But I don't see Eden here, do you?
I feel like if Kat had heard that, which she hadn't because she had already walked away, she's just like, oh my god, I know that feeling. Because everyone keeps looking at her for answers and she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing.
Does Al still have the manifest?
Al does still have a physical copy of the manifest. I haven't given it back.
Harker might have hopped down at this point and come over to Al and asked him for the manifest and take a look at it.
Al hands over the manifest to Harker, but turning back over to the quote-unquote mayor, says, it's a tough hand, but while we're here, let us know if we can help with anything. I don't know if we can help reopen a mine, but we might be here for a little bit, so let us know.
He sort of shrugs at you, is the best way to describe the gesture. He just sort of rolls his shoulders a bit, and he goes, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Given that you are working for Eden, and that you came here on like a corporate Lifter, you can kind of tell that he's not super confident that there's anything you can do about whatever's bugging him. But he seems to be at least making some effort to be, maybe polite isn't the word, but like not offensive.
Okay. So I wouldn't need to read a situation to know that our presence here is both, welcome, but also kind of like, all right, just drop your shit off and leave.
Yeah, that's pretty strongly what vibe is coming off of this guy. What is Harker looking for on the manifest?
He's just scanning it to see if there's anything interesting.
Define interesting.
Well, if there's a line that says worm food, that'd be
Anything like, so it's supposed to just be like supplies for the town.
Yes.
So if there's anything that kind of stands out as like, that's a weird supply.
Like mining supplies for a dead mine.
There's a lot of mechanical parts. There's some clothing. There's mostly food on the manifest. There's a few, I'm not gonna say exotic, but like, different things on the list, in the sense that there's some munitions, some mech parts. But if, what's being told to you is somewhat true, in the sense that everyone here tends to run the town as is, the fact that there's maybe a few, like, either unlicensed or just, like, out-of-work Lancer pilots is probably not unusual, because they probably have to have some sort of, semblance of security in the town.
like a militia.
Yeah. So, like, it's unusual in the fact that it probably wouldn't be considered a normal order for just like a restock, but because there's like a fringe town, it's a little less unusual. It's just not like it's not just food and repair stuff. There's actually some like munitions and mech parts, and someone trying to maintain something in the town.
Would Romy have noticed anything with Fraser yet?
No, not really. Dude's just going up and down, scanning the cargo crates, checking them against the manifest. He seems rather by the book. Like, he's going up and down, categorizing and cataloging everything. Like, effectively, he's going through the manifest in the order that the manifest is listed, and like not necessarily in a manner that's more convenient for him to scan.
Man, these by-the-book officials. We keep running into them.
Yeah.
Karen's everywhere.
They are such pains in the butt.
So yeah, Fraser goes on for maybe 10 minutes is how long it takes him to do the full scan of the supplies. This is supposed to be about 2 to 3 months supply, so there is a fair amount of cargo crate. But for 5-10 minutes, he seems satisfied with the scan, and he steps off the hauler. He does not give the okay to unload though, and you see him walk over to AM Warner, and the two of them sort of step a couple feet aside, and they start having a discussion. For his part, Fraser is polite and cordial, or at least that's how his mannerism seems. For his part, Mr. Warner seems to be getting more and more annoyed as the conversation goes on. And eventually there's some yelling and some, like, arm gesturing. There's some colorful language. And at one point, you're pretty sure you hear him say, well, you can take the entire crate and you can shove it up your... And, well, you can figure where the rest of that conversation goes. After a little bit more yelling, you see Warner get so angry his face turns red, and he just, like, stomps off. At that, the other men who were standing around, or sitting around, basically get up, dust themselves off, flip Fraser off, and walk off. And Fraser kind of comes over. He's surprisingly not flustered. Like, he seems perfectly calm about this. As he's approaching, you hear the driver kind of chuckle to himself, and he starts heading back to the head of the hauler. And he goes, "Well, I hope you brought something to do." And he crawls back up into the cabin of his probably his air-conditioned cabin. Go just relax, presumably, from what he's just said. And Fraser Cunningham walks over and goes, "Well, there seems to be a small dispute about the handling of payment goods. So it will be some time, I think, until we can unload. Now, if you'd like, you can certainly try speaking to Mr. Warner, but that man is stubborn. I doubt he'll be willing to pay anytime soon."
How much are you overcharging him?
He looks offended and goes, "I am not overcharging him. I am just informing him what the payment to the contract that he signed comes to. He is paying the appropriate rate for the goods that he..."
I feel like Romy would come out of the back of the truck, not in her mech. She is dismounted and tells the rest of them, "Hey, I'm going to go after Warner if anybody wants to come with me."
Al joins.
You going to be in your mech or not?
No,
I mean,
that thing is like a that thing is a
really
building.
skyscraper walking through the town.
Well, I mean, it could give us some intimidation factor.
I think it's a little too much intimidation factor to have like a tank.
And I think with Romy's background, she probably has a suit on that's kind of in the same style as this area. It's kind of a hand-me-down, just what she could have scrounged up. So she kind of feels like she fits in a little bit more.
At this point, it should be noted that Al's uniform on this mission, because of the heat, is basically like cargo pants and a white tank top. So there's that, I guess.
So who goes to look for A.M. Warner?
Al goes.
I feel like Kat would ask Charmer if they wanted to go find the local like watering hole and see if they can get some information. He doesn't have to go, but
I'd be in for that.
because obviously like they're getting two biased sides, so
Clearly
Remember
he
what
can't let
happened
Kat
last
go for
time?
him
Y'all
by
went
herself.
drinking.
Considering-
That's a way to get himself stabbed, man.
So, okay, some of you are gonna go look for A.M. Warner, and some of you are going to go for a bar. How are you searching for what you're searching?
My personal drone, it could have followed Warner.
I mean, it could have, but did you do that before he left?
No, but it could track him.
Okay, sure. You're gonna call your drone out and make it track him how?
I do have an investigate roll. I don't know if that would help my.
Could, depending on what you're having your drone do.
I mean, I feel like it could probably see heat signatures and footprints and tell how long ago, which footprints, that sort of thing.
Okay. I'll give you the footprints. I'll tell you the heat signature search is not gonna help you right now.
Okay.
Because everything's hot.
Everything's kind of hot, yeah.
It's like, where are the slightly cooler spots in the sand because they were covered for a slight second.
Sure.
Now, is that something I need to roll
Yeah.
or
Um,
investigate?
do you have investigate?
Yeah.
Then you get to roll yourself and investigate. Okay, sure. We'll deal with that in a second. Barfolk, you doing to go look for a bar?
It is a freaking fringe town. I don't think finding a bar is the difficult aspect.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's fair.
It's like look for the place where there's a freaking sign.
I was curious what your plan was because literally you walk about 10 feet in and there's a big bright neon sign that just says bar.
Go to
Yeah,
the
I
Coca-Cola
mean, like,
bar.
The unbranded bar, okay?
Just says bar.
Yeah, like that's literally was her plan. She was just like, we're going to the place where like people go to like relax and see if we can pick up stuff.
So you start walking confidently toward the bar, and Romy and whoever's following Romy, which is I assume Al.
Yeah.
Also start walking toward the bar, and you sort of realize that you're both walking in the exact same direction.
Kind of figured that might happen.
I thought it might too, but I'm like, of course she's going to the like.
Yeah. So as it turns out, A.M. Warner went straight for the bar.
I feel like Romy would start quickening her pace as she saw the other two going in the same direction just because she wanted to get there first.
It's a race. Sprint to the bar.
Al saunters, not wanting to be the first one in.
Cat would just kind of be watching this like, what a lunatic.
So Romy power walking down the street, getting the attention,
constantly looking over her shoulder.
Getting the attention of a few people on the street looking at the weirdo, like power walking down the street, constantly looking back over their shoulder at their companions who they arrived with. So that's super weird. There are a few confused looks.
To the bar. To the bar.
Yeah, there are more than a few confused looks at the like super intense focused power walk down the street to the bar.
If anyone looks at Kat during that time to like see like what Romy's glancing back at, Kat would just like shake her head and like raise her hands and just slight shrug, just like
So
you know.
The best part is the drone going behind her trying to catch up.
Yeah. So Romy walks into the bar and it is definitely a repurposed building. It is larger than the bar has any right normally to be, and it is properly high tech, right? Like you walk in, the windows are like solar shielded. The doors themselves actually just like hiss open as you approach, like they're automatic. As the door opens, you feel like this nice, comfortable like rush of cold air hit you. So like the building is air conditioned and very like nicely maintained. You step in and it takes you a second to adjust to the lighting. The first thing that really hits you though is the sound. So there was maybe, like, when you first came in to the town, like, you could see maybe there's like 100 people or so, like, either on the streets or visible through the buildings, you know, just like living their lives and doing whatever. There's easily another 100 people just in this building alone. Bar is inaccurate to say what this building is. This probably used to be the main mining office. It's a big building. Someone gutted it. They tore down the non-support walls and opened it up, and it is like the central gathering point of this town. Like, it's a restaurant, it's a bar, there's a stage, there's people playing music, there's people, like, you know, gambling. The actual bar section looks like it was salvaged from like one of the administrative, like, rooms, basically. Like, it's this fancy looking conversion of the wall into a bar counter, and it stretches maybe a good 30 feet across the wall, and it's like a fully stocked bar, and it's full. Like, there's just everyone sitting around it.
So it's probably big enough that not everybody just goes quiet and looks at us when we walk in.
No, they don't even notice you come in. They're all busy doing whatever they're doing.
Al walks in after them, half expecting everyone to be looking, and is relieved when nobody is looking at the large group of people who just entered the bar, and joins up with the rest of the crew. He says, "So this place is massive." Al looks around to see if he can see.
Yeah, do we see our guy?
Yeah. Eventually you see him sort of, like, down toward the furthest end of the bar away from you. He's sort of sitting by himself, in the sense that, like, people have sort of slid over to give him some room. Beyond the fact that you can sort of make out his shape, he's a fairly large man. Other than the fact that you sort of make out his shape hunched over at the bar, can't really see what he's doing.
I'm gonna guess go sit next to him and order a drink. Don't even really look at him, just sit right next to him and order a drink.
So you kind of march over, drone in tow.
Looking over my shoulder.
Plop down next to AM Warner. And they ignored you coming in. But, like, the people at the bar, when you sit down next to them, they all stop. They stare at you. And, like, the conversation at the bar, like, the tables and the seats and all the music stuff is going on in the background, but, like, everyone at the bar just stops dead and stares at you.
And I order my drink.
The bartender looks at you. Or, well, one of the bartenders, because there's several that are servicing a bar this size. They kind of stare at you and go, "I wouldn't sit there, but okay." And they get you your drink.
Alright, I guess I spin around, put my back to the bar, kick my feet up on my drone, drink my drink, and turn to Warner and ask him what that show was all about back there that he put on for us.
So now that you're actually looking at AM Warner, he is holding a half-empty bottle of scotch. He doesn't have a glass. He's just been taking shots out of the bottle. You're not sure if it was full when he got it, but it's half empty right now. And like, you address him, he just sort of ignores you. Like, he doesn't even acknowledge that you've asked him a question and just takes another shot.
All right, I finish my drink and I ask the bartender for an empty shot glass.
The bartender looks at you and goes, "You got a perfectly good glass right there."
Oh, so I already ordered a shot. Okay, then I shove my...
No, I mean, just regardless of what you ordered. If
Well,
it's
I want a shot glass.
a shot or not, the bartender just looks at you and goes, "You got a perfectly good glass right there."
I accidentally knock it onto the floor and break it and ask for a shot glass.
Oh.
At that, two of the people at the bar get up. They're significantly bigger than you. In fact, now that you've seen them stand up, they're also in mining uniforms.
Hey, it was an honest mistake. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
He leans down and whispers to Kat, "We should have found a different bar."
Do you say that to them?
Why does it...
Yeah, she says that to him.
So the two of them grab you by the arms, and they hoist you up out of the seat. And they drag you to the door, and they throw you out of it. You can protest. You can certainly protest. If you...
So, I use my proso collar to change my looks a little bit, and I walk back in.
Oh no! See, that's not the full extent of what happens. They drag you to the door. It opens. They throw you out, and they go, "Oops, honest mistake."
It was pretty good. I think she would tell him that too. She would laugh and tell him that was a pretty good one.
They're still standing at the door, though.
So, I guess that means I'm not allowed back in, huh?
No, you are not.
I mean, when a girl wants a shot, she wants a shot.
Kat is just shaking her head. Like, she doesn't even know what to say. She's just like...
So Harker would go up to the bar, but at a respectful distance from Warner, and ask if he can't ask the bartender if he can't pay for Warner's drink or another of whatever he's drinking.
The bartender that you ask just sort of looks at you and goes, "Warner doesn't pay for his drinks."
Good point.
I feel like at this point, Romy's given up, and now she's going to go investigate the back of the building to see if there's another way in.
Okay.
So Harker would say, is there a way I can send him a drink that he also doesn't pay for?
The bartender kind of looks at you and sort of shouts down to the end of the bar and goes, "Hey, Warner, the little shit wants to know if you want another drink." And Warner just sort of looks up and goes, "Yeah, give me another bottle." And the bartender goes, "Well, I guess he wants another bottle." And just sort of looks at you.
Harker just kind of gestures the go ahead, like, go ahead.
And again, he's just looking at you. Like, are you going to pay for the drink?
That's what he said he was gonna do.
Right, but like you haven't
He's like, so
paid.
he says he's like, you heard the man. He wants a bottle, and I guess he would probably.
Hey, he
have to
drinks for
ask How
free.
much? He does drink for free.
Not when you buy it, Blum.
Right, like, and he goes, well, they sell us the bottles for about 200 mana. So for you, it'll be 300 mana.
Figure out how much that like is in relation to other things.
Romy's like eavesdropping with her drone. She left her drone in there and she's eavesdropping.
Yes, so that's not that bad. It's like you're buying like it's like $100 bottle of scotch in US dollars. It's not unreasonable, but it's also probably more than it should cost for just a crap ass bottle of scotch.
We'll say the man has taste and offer up the mana.
Sure. So now that you've paid, they go and grab his bottle and bring it over to him. And actually, by this point, he's mostly finished his first bottle.
Harker will order his own drink, just a glass, not a whole bottle, and just kind of offer like a tip of the hat kind of thing towards Warner, but he won't try to approach him.
Yeah, Warner doesn't.
Sure, you get the kind of glass you want to drink the entire night out of.
Well,
He
Hawker's
won't-
not gonna
he'll try
break
not
the
to
glass.
but-
It was an accident.
Yes. Accident.
I don't think you get to say that after you asked for a bottle. I mean, asked for a glass, and then they said no, and then you broke the glass.
Well, I was so shocked.
Yeah, so Warner doesn't even look your way. Like, he takes the bottle, and sure enough, he just, like, takes the top to his teeth and just, like, cracks it open. But doesn't even acknowledge that, like, you got him the drink. Whether that endeared him to you any at all, you're uncertain. But he seems more content in nursing his bottle of scotch.
Romy's drone pipes up and asks how she managed to be on the outs of this one as well. Because she always ends up being somehow.
She's the one who ran ahead of them.
And Romy's running around looking. She's trying to find like a hat or a vest or something on somebody's clothesline. She's looking for a disguise.
Oh yeah, because stealing from the town is going to endear her so much more to them.
Well,
I don't think Romy has any intent of endearing herself to anybody in this town at this point.
so if she can find something, even something in the dirt.
I mean, sure, you could grab some stuff.
Okay.
I mean,
And
that's
she's going to use her proto collar to change her features.
sure. You grab
And
a jacket
she's gonna-
and a hat, and you change your face.
She wants to go male. She's a little androgynous to begin with. And
Sure.
yes, she doesn't even need a back door now. She's just gonna waltz right back in, but this time she's gonna change her her entrance a little bit, her attitude a little bit.
Sure.
And just kind of hang out in the back for a little bit.
Okay. By the time you get back to the entrance, the two guys who threw you out have actually just gone back into the bar.
She figured they were dumb looking enough that they didn't matter anyway.
Oh.
Sure.
You guys thought I was the troublemaker.
I know, like. So
This is the stuff Romy lives for.
Cat would. No, this is what's gonna get her dying for. Okay, so Cat would go up and join Hawker at the bar and kind of just lean against it, and she would just like very friendly, like not like in an interrogating manner at all. Just be like, so they make it look like this happens whenever a new shipment comes in. Is that the case? Like she's not sounding insulting.
You get sort of a grunt in response, and he just takes another shot.
What's this guy's name again?
He did not give you his name, actually, and no one asked.
He got AC Warner or something off of his.
His lapel on his jacket used to say "Am Warner, Foreman."
But it also says Mayor.
Yes,
so, yeah,
someone scratched out the Foreman part, not the name part, just the Foreman part, and wrote Mayor on it.
I want Romy to go to the other end of the bar and ask somebody what's up with that guy at the end of the bar that looks like... I don't know what he looks like, but she wants to know what's up with him. She's trying to get his name from somebody.
Are you going to be particular about who you ask, or are you just going to ask the first person that's there?
I'm going to ask one of the people who gasped the loudest when she sat down next to him.
Well, no one gasped, they just stopped and stared.
Well, I feel like she would have noticed who seemed to be staring the hardest at her or something like that.
Sure, okay. Again, it's a rather large man who appears to be in a mining outfit. They kind of look at you like you're stupid, and they're just like, "That's Warner. You're new here, aren't you?"
Yeah, just came in on the last transport.
Ah, you're one of those government lackeys. Right.
Nah, I'm not with the government.
Yeah, sure you're not. That's Warner. His word goes
Anything I
here.
should, his word goes. Anything I should know about him?
I told you the only thing that matters that you need to know.
Hey, that sounds good. I think she'd order another drink, a shot of whiskey, and just kind of hang out at the other end of the bar and watch.
Sure, you get your shot of whiskey.
Al is looking around to see the general mood of the area. Are there people having good times, having bad times? Is it all bad times? Does there appear to be any kind of games going on? That kind of stuff. Like
Okay.
dominoes, dice, what have you.
So in one corner of the building, there's actually live performance. There's music being played. You can just defer that the music that's being played is what's being played on stage right now, right? Like it's a group playing some flamenco. Why not?
Okay. It's not a duet of gentlemen wearing red spacesuits from Hondo.
No. The bar section that you're at, almost every single person at the bar that isn't working seems to be in mining attire. They're all drinking. They're all drinking pretty heavily. Not quite as heavily as Warner, but they're all drinking very heavily.
Okay.
The rest of the building...
There's no mirth at all.
No. So the rest of the building, there are like tables, there's like open floor, there's like regular people in the town just doing regular stuff. Like there's dining, there's like a restaurant, so there's people having just like, regular conversations. This is sort of like a community center more than just a bar. It has sort of evolved into
It's the recreation center.
yeah. So like there are townspeople just having a meal. There's a few kids here and there just playing. Some people are dancing to the music. Just the part that Warner has seated himself is where like apparently all the miners go and sit down and drink. They don't got a job no more, so what do? They sit and drink.
Okay, so Kat would just ask casually, like, obviously, the government has fucked up with people here. But if it was to get back open, would there anything need to be done to make that happen, besides the government stopping being assholes?
He takes a swig from his bottle. And he kind of sets it down rather firmly. And rather sarcastically, and actually surprisingly not drunk considering that he supposedly just downed a bottle of scotch, right? Like, he seems rather lucid. And rather sarcastically he goes, "The mine was closed because it was deemed unprofitable. They don't care what we do with the mine. They're just not paying to do anything with it."
So they essentially screwed over an entire town because they decided that it was unprofitable.
He takes another swig from his bottle and grunts.
Is there a way to turn the mine profitable that would catch their interest?
He looks at you and goes, "What do I look like? I'm not that Fraser Cunningham Kisa that's out there."
Well, obviously, because he's an asshole. And he wouldn't know what actually working with his hands meant if you literally shoved him in the dirt. I was asking, as someone who apparently used to at least be the foreman of the mine, if there was a way that you felt you could turn it profitable.
He kind of gives you a sigh. Goes, "Lady, I know one thing. That's mining. If you want to make it profitable, you find somebody that can tell me how to make it profitable."
Romy perks up at the other side of the bar when she hears that. But she's still sitting there.
So essentially, you're saying you mostly need to have connections to the right people to make it work.
He sort of sighs, again puts down his bottle. Slightly irritated as he's had to put it down again.
She's not making him put it down, she's just making him talk. There's a difference.
Just trying to drink in peace, man. Just trying to drink in peace. Asking him questions. Listen,
Well, if
like
you
I said,
stayed, we could leave.
all I know, how to run the mine. That's what my father did. That's what I plan to do. But I guess not.
Kat's just gonna kind of give him a long look and not say anything of Swassa in order, and then like gesture for a drink herself and get a glass of whiskey, but she is not fucking getting drunk this time.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, the miners seem destitute. Other people are just kind of going about their lives. We have only been here maybe an hour tops. So there's really no way for me to know if anything's out of place. I'm going to look around to see if there's anybody looking at Warner in a way that would indicate some kind of malice or just looking at him a little too intensely. Maybe as if they're planning something, or if they're keeping an eye on him without his knowledge, or trying to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say you need to roll for that. There is nobody here who's like keeping an eye on him other than like the guys at the bar, who seem like more that they've got his back than anything else.
Do we see the other two miners in here that flipped off Frazier and left with?
They were the guys who picked you up and threw you outside.
Oh, sorry. Probably shouldn't go talk to them.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay. So let's keep the narrative going somehow.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like,
Close up magic.
Al walks over and sits near Kat, having not found anything out of sorts at the bar, and looks over at Warner and sits on the other side of Kat, kind of putting her between them, which is interesting considering their usual battle dynamic, and says, leans over the bar to look around Kat and goes, so, what exactly was the issue with the shipment? Something missing or just charging you too much?
He kind of looks at you for a second. And he goes, how much do you think this town turns in profit?
Al looks at the workers at the bar who are out of work, looks at everybody else and goes, I mean, there's a lot of folks here, but with the main income source down for the count, I'm gonna guess you're struggling to break even, am I right?
Yeah, you could say that. How much do you think it costs to supply this town for 2 months?
Al looks around and, you know, kind of shrugs, puts his hands up in the air and goes, I have honestly no clue, but then again, I've only been on my own for a couple of years now, and my cost of living is pretty cheap. So, well, cheap relatively. I don't know, a couple 100,000 mana.
He scoffs at that. You even read the manifest that you brought?
Al looks at Kat, looks at Harker, and then goes, not really.
Romy wanted to, but she got talked out of it.
I mean, Harker still has it, right?
Technically, yes.
Didn't give it back.
So Harker would just hand it to Kat since she's next to him at the bar.
Cat would be like, why the freak am I getting handed it?
Apparently, you're the only one that can read.
Hey, I
So-
can read. He doesn't know what a fucking garlic is.
So she'd accept it and like start like casually glancing over it.
So there is a
To try to estimate cost.
sum total. There is actually a sum total of the manifest because it is a pretty thorough manifest because it's not just like it's not just a cargo listing. It's like effectively an itemized receipt.
Right.
The cost of the shipment that you just hauled is about 2.5 million mana.
Fuck.
As you go through the itemization, there is actually a 400,000 mana fee for delivery, which includes hazard pay. You cost an extra 400,000 mana.
We're not getting paid that.
No,
100,000.
you are not.
I think we should demand 100,000 each. So wait, we work for tips, and what? Grubhub gets the 400,000 delivery fee.
So the itemization for the fee is that Holland has to cover your operational costs. The operational costs for the freight, the pay for the pilot, or driver technically, your pay technically, even though you're being underpaid effectively, but you still have an expected pay, right? Then there's insurance on all of the items that are on the cargo freight. Then there is the extra fee that's been associated with the fact that Holland has been suffering losses to the Blade Cult. It's fine that you guys have supposedly temporarily solved the problem, right? But there is still an incurred cost for operating during that period of time. So, you could argue that they're overcharging, but none of the charges are technically unjustified. But the problem is, that is still an extra cost incurred that the town normally doesn't have to pay.
I mean, nearly 500,000 on 2 million. It's a lot of money for a delivery fee.
Yes.
I mean, that is Grubhub rates.
I mean, considering that the delivery people do not get that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Kat would be looking at it and just going, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah, we're getting screwed over too.
And she would like hand over the thing to Al and be like, look how much we supposedly cost.
As a point of reference, you guys are actually being paid about... For a mission of this type, you would normally get about 1,000 at your guys' pay rate. Romi's getting
It's a little
about...
more than that.
No, Romi's getting a lot more. Romi's getting about 5,000.
Oh, nice. That's why I do the dangerous stunt work.
Because this is technically a hazard mission. So you do get paid extra. So, you know, you're not getting compensated. They are covering your costs, plus your repairs, plus your fuel, plus any munitions that you expend. That's baked into the package. Like, they don't charge based on how much fighting you had to do. They just charge
So
you
I
flat.
can just... Oh, it doesn't matter how many explosives I set off. I'm
Right.
gonna just start setting stuff off and get more money.
No, you just get paid a flat rate, and then Holland
I can
covers.
reopen their mine. I'm a demolition expert. I can, if it's a mechanical problem, I can open anything.
Well, you don't know what the problem is. So like you basically, it's not that the costs aren't warranted, right? Like Holland does have to pay a fair amount of expenses. Just that Holland's charging for profit, which, as a corporation, is sort of expected. But again, the issue is the town is not turning that profit.
I want to disguise my voice as like some robot AI and speak through my drone and ask why the mines weren't turning a profit. What was exactly the cost that was?
Well, you're on the other side of the bar, remember?
Yeah, and I'm sending it through my drone.
You're going to have the drone float over. The drone that was...
No, my drone's been sitting there the whole time,
I see.
listening in.
Okay.
And I have data plating, which will let me communicate with the drone.
I mean,
Trying to get this guy to kill us.
I mean, first of all, the process caller can change your voice to start with.
Change my voice. Yeah.
So, I mean, you ask that, and you just sort of get like a grunted response, and you do recall that he did mention that that's not his business. Like, bookkeeping was never his business. Like, that was the thing he did mention. So, like, asking him about the finances part probably not gonna get you an answer.
Hmm.
May want to ask somebody who's better with finances and bookkeeping about that kind of thing.
Yeah. I was thinking that how Romy would tell the others that they need to talk to somebody without coming over and revealing that she's been listening in.
Well, I think a drone talking reveals that.
Oh no, the drone. Well, yeah, that's true. No, it was the drone. It was the drone itself. It wasn't me through the drone.
Except for it's your drone. So, like, they know that it was your drone that was sitting and listening and is now conversing. So, I mean...
Well, I was hoping it kind of stayed in the background and they forgot about it and they're like, oh, a drone.
I mean, it's just been sitting there.
Talking to me.
And it followed you in. And it's your drone, so they would know it's your drone.
Well, the drone followed me in, like way behind me because I was walking so fast.
It's still your drone.
But yeah, I think we need to find some sort of mining office or official or something. Apparently the foreman isn't the person to talk to.
Good news, you're in the mining office.
This is it.
Al looks over at Warner and goes, "We're not going to bug you any longer. We know it's kind of a real crappy situation that you're in right now. But I'm going to go find out what we can do to help with this situation." And Al gets up and walks outside, realizing that we're not going to get much more from Warner, and looks around to see if there is anything in particular that would indicate a financial district or financial buildings, banks, bookkeeping, accountancies, that kind of stuff.
There is one building that looks nice and well maintained versus the rest. If someone was managing finances, probably that building.
Does it have a bright sign that says finances over it, like the bar?
No. It is just a nice, fancy, municipal-looking building. Like, it's a very official-looking structure. You would figure that it's like on a regular town, it's probably be like the mayor's office or like city hall type thing. It is just a single structure. It is nice and clean and maintained, and it sort of just has that official look to it, you know.
Al walks back inside and gestures to Kat, unless they've followed him.
Kat's still finishing her drink. I don't.
Okay.
I feel like Romy went out because she was already figuring that they were hitting a dead end.
Gotcha. So now it's Al and Romy?
Yeah, Romy's out there. And she probably saw where you were looking and started speed walking.
God.
Al walks regular speed. Just.
So you come up to the building. It's got fancy like reactive glass, so like all the windows are currently tinted. The door is a nice like fancy glass. There is like gold leathering. Says Fraser Cunningham, Eden Liaison Office.
Of course.
Al sighs and goes, I was kind of hoping it'd be somebody else, but
You and me both.
here we are.
See, if Kat knew any of this, she'd just be like, I made the right move staying with my drink.
So you're gonna go inside?
Al opens the door and goes, ladies first.
Well, Romy's kind of dressed up as a guy right now, but she'll go in anyway.
So you step into also a nice air-conditioned room. Building interior is very futuristic, right? Like everything's like a clean, white, sterile aesthetic. There's a couple plants, and there's a few like gray accent splashes on the walls here and there. You come in, there's sort of like a reception desk that greets you. And there is kind of equivalent of a hologram. It's not a real person, not quite an AI, but you are greeted by sort of a holographic humanoid figure. Very politely introduces this as Eden Liaison Office. Informs you that any town concerns or affairs can be directed here, and very politely asks, how can it help you?
We'd like to look at the records of the local mine and the last financial reports, if possible. Al says, kind of out of his element.
There is sort of a brief pause as the AI, you can see it like goes into like a static pose as it considers what you're asking, and there's sort of like a, not like a chime, but like there is sort of like an audible like tone of pause when it informs you that those records are not available to the general public, and you need special authorization to access those files.
Do we have that sort of authorization as Lancers?
Certainly ask.
Yeah, I think I would tell it that we're not the general public and that we are with the Lancers Guild, and we do have that authorization. I'm not going to ask, I'm going to tell.
It politely requests you to present your identification.
I left it in my other mech suit.
Without proper authorization, you are not allowed to access these records.
Character here. This is the only thing that's here, right? No other humans. Just.
I mean, there is further office, so presumably Fraser has an office, like in this building. It's a small town, so it's not like he can hire staff. As far as you can tell, most of the assistants in this structure are like machines or AI equivalent. Like, he's got NHP, like running the reception desk. That's probably not very good sign of how much people want to work for him.
Could I interface with an HP in my mech and find out if that's a clearance that we do have?
I mean, did you just not want to give it your Lancer identification? Or did you actually not have it? Because presumably Al still has his.
I don't have
Wait,
mine.
I'm actually gonna ask that. Do we have ours?
You
Because Al and I got robbed.
yeah.
And you said specifically we lost our Lancer ID.
Yeah.
Have we gotten another one by now?
I would think so, since we don't have a license level, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, because he said also the Lancer Go could be really slow about that. So...
Yeah, so they said they were gonna take a couple weeks. It has not been a couple weeks. So I was gonna say, yeah, so Al would normally have his, but you lost it.
Yeah.
Which means that the
Al's
only one
very much a wallet, phone, keys kind of guy, and he doesn't have his wallet.
Yeah,
or
so
his phone.
if you don't physically have yours for whatever reason, like Al just doesn't have it.
I can run back and get it.
The only other person who would have theirs is Harker, because Harker didn't lose his.
I mean, how far away are we from the mechs? I could just run back and get it.
Not very.
Okay, so I hold up a finger and I dash out the door and run back to the mech and get my ID.
I mean, I would like to point out that as you run back to your mech, you pass Fraser Cunningham.
I waiting in the lobby
Still there.
during this whole thing.
No,
I
like
put on the brakes.
like Fraser Cunningham is still standing by the loader. Like he's
I guess
doing his
I'd
job.
probably run by him on the way there.
Yeah.
And get my thing out, and then I would notice him on the way back out.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I could ask him as like, hey, we're in your office talking to your NHP, I guess it's what you would want to call it. We were just trying to figure out what happened with the mine, what caused it to close down, what were exactly the financial difficulties that made it unprofitable.
He kind of looks at you and he's like, I mean, I suppose I can give you that information, but what could you possibly need that for?
We're just having a thing. It's a little bet that we have going on between us.
He looks real confused and goes, I suppose I could, yeah. He starts walking to his office and goes,
It's the weird stuff lenses do, okay? Just deal with it.
he's like, I suppose I could follow you back to my office. And
Can
starts...
she make them speed walk?
Oh, no,
God.
no. He does not speed
Okay,
walk.
she walks normally back to the office, but she looks a little put out.
Yeah. So it takes a little bit longer for you to get back, because this is not a man who moves at any sort of urgency. It's not important to him. He has no reason to speed walk. But eventually he does make it back to his office. So Al...
I come through the door and I say, Al, I told him about our bet. She says it like really, really convincingly.
Yeah.
Al looks at Rumi, looks at Fraser and says, "Yeah. I mean, I've got 100 mana riding on it, so." And then he doesn't know the rest of the bet, so he puts his hands up like, "Go on."
And I say, well,
Man, Cat is glad she stayed with her drink.
I mean, at that point, it's up to him to let us know.
And where was Harker when you need him? I feel like this is 100% a Harker conversation.
He's still in the bar.
Yeah,
Tonight, Al will be playing the part of Harker.
this is like Hako is smart enough to not go with them. Or he still just doesn't think Cat should be in a bar alone. I one or the other.
So, you know, Fraser being kind of confused by this conversation that is going on around him, because it is certainly it is certainly a confusing conversation. He sort of just walks around the reception desk over to his office and just, you know, pushes the door, and he's very polite of offering you to go in and have a seat, he supposes.
I feel like once its back's turned toward us, I kind of shrug and give Al a helpless look like I didn't know what to do. I mean,
Al, still not knowing what the heck is going on, just plays along.
So yeah.
go into his office.
Yeah, so he goes, and it's a fairly Spartan-looking office. He hasn't decorated it with much of anything. He just sits down at his desk, and up pops a holographic terminal, and kind of looks at you and goes, "So what were you looking for about the mine?"
We just wanted to know what made it unprofitable enough to close. I think that it's the what did I think it was? What did I think it was, Al, that closed the mine down?
Al looks over at Romy and goes, I remember I was pretty certain that it was just regular, you know, they couldn't find any more veins of whatever it is they're mining out here.
And me, I thought it was the workers.
Right, you were pretty hard on the whole workers thing. I don't remember what got you in a jam about that, but yeah.
Throwing him out of the bar.
Yeah. So Fraser kind of goes, okay. And starts pulling up the record. And sort of goes, well, and what's the well starts a long conversation. Conversation's a generous way to phrase it, because he's just talking at you now. He's pulling up dates and effectively talking about, you know, how much the mine's pulled in, what are the operational costs, his theories on like how one should properly maintain their workers and manage the mine, and there's all sorts of theories about a guy who's talking about like, well, physical workers are inefficient, they should have switched over to machines, and there's like a there's a whole thing.
Now she feels like she's gonna win.
Like he goes on and on and on, citing numbers and dates and figures and formulas and like most efficient cost, you know, investment, the ROI of this and that, and ultimately what you get is what's going to become an hour of this man talking at you.
Okay.
After 10 minutes, Al looks over at Romy and says, I think we both lost. It seems like it was bureaucratic mishandling.
Okay, at that point I say, okay, so how long has this mine been here working when it was working? How long was it open?
So do you let him go for the hour, or are you going to stop him about 10 minutes in?
I think I'd give him 15.
Okay, so about 15 minutes into the conversation, all you've got out of him was that he thought it would be more efficient if they had given up on paying staff and invested in machinery. The actual numbers never get a chance to come up because you stop him and you ask him what specifically?
How long the mine was operating?
So the town of Prospector's Hollow has been around for about 60 years and was pretty much founded entirely around the mining operation.
So you're telling me it ran perfectly fine for 60 years, no problems, no changes, nothing with workers, nothing with machines, and then all of a sudden you decided or someone decided it wasn't unprofitable. It feels like there had to be some sort of event or some sort of just something that caused that. It can't just be workers and machines if it was open that long without an issue.
So he kind of goes on another long-winded explanation. It's not gonna be quite as long as the other one, but assuming you let him go for about 15 minutes, he has a whole theory about it. But what you effectively can glean out of the facts and figures he goes, is that the mine has been going on fairly long, but about 4 years ago, when they went to go open a new branch of the mine, there was an evaluation of the return on investment of the mine based on the numbers that were currently being pulled in. The investment to keep the mine going and to pay the people who were working the mine, as well as paying to keep out, the sandworms and just like keep the town going. It was an investment of about 1 million mana a month because of
Can we get a copy of that
the
report?
machinery and all that stuff. And the mine itself was only turning a profit of about 1.5 after expenses were covered. So it was decided that the mine didn't justify spending a new investment to open a new branch of the mine, because projections were that mining deeper was most likely going to cost more to maintain, so the profit margins were going to dip below acceptable investment, especially as long as the town was going to insist on paying physical labor.
Sounds like I won the bet. So it was this specific branch that caused the issue?
Sort of.
Or would
They had mined out the area that they had done, so to further expand the mine, they'd have to invest into, like, additional mining. So before it came down to them approving, like, the authorization to, like, mine deeper, someone just decided, well, it wasn't worth it. They just invest somewhere else instead.
Who decided that?
It was Eden's board of development.
And why couldn't the workers for this mine be part of that investment somewhere else?
So it was a couple of things. The miners themselves were insisting on doing it the old-fashioned way. Like, they would operate equipment, they wouldn't be replacing it with, like, fully automated equipment, because that would put them out of work, because they weren't trained on the fully automated equipment. And so, because they wouldn't automate it was going to be increasingly difficult for them to get jobs in other mines which had moved to automation.
What I think we need here is a universal basic income.
Oh god.
You can certainly make that argument. That's not gonna work here in Wayfar. If you say that out loud, like, Fraser just kind of looks at you like you've got two heads. Because technically, as a member of the Union government, technically, there is sort of, because Wayfar sort of changes that slightly based on the operational needs of the planet. So like, those miners are in fact still getting money because they still have jobs technically in the town. And that's the only reason that the town is still standing. But part of those funds that are allocated to the city have to go pay for supplies. So it is a prioritization of like, does he underpay his workers to cover the cost of the supplies? That is sort of the core of what argument is going on right now. Basically, to simplify the complexity of the problem, Prospector's Hollow is given a stipend of money from Eden to develop the town and manage the town. That money has to pay for provisions and supplies because that's on contract, right? Because Eden itself, as like a government entity, doesn't produce anything. That's sort of like what the mining town was supposed to do. It was supposed to provide raw materials that Eden could like process down into something. So since they're not technically producing a whole lot of like tangible, usable goods to the government, whatever income they make is sort of like what they earn on the side. So the stipend that Eden gives them has to cover payment for people's assigned guaranteed jobs and also provisions. AM Warner doesn't want to cut the pay to anybody to pay for the increased cost of the goods. But technically, kinda has to. That's the issue that they're having right now.
Or they'll need to find some way to...
Yes, so either the town has to make up the difference somewhere, or people have to be paid less to get the provisions that they need for the town. So Warner is stubborn. Warner, like his father, believed that automating the mining would put people who wanted to work out of work, and technically they would be paid less because they moved to a less, paying job. They're guaranteed a income. They're not guaranteed a good income, right? So they guaranteed be able to survive, but like that also means that like luxuries are no longer a thing. They can't drink. They can't enjoy quite the same amount of entertainment. They can eat and they can clothe and they have, acceptable living conditions. He doesn't think that's a way for anybody to live. So he would rather...
The automation opening the mine back up wouldn't offset enough of the stipend to let them still live decently.
It would make the town profitable, but the people who don't have the qualifications for a better job would still just be making bare minimum. So the automation would make the town profitable, but it wouldn't help the people specifically. So Warner's stance is, he wouldn't switch to automation because automation would make the town profitable but wouldn't benefit the people. That's why Warner refused the automation route, and that's why the mine closed.
Right now, it doesn't feel like either of them's benefiting either of them.
I mean,
at least
yeah.
sandworms are apparently benefiting right now, so maybe we should just leave this be.
Sandworm theme park.
A zoological park.
Make it a tourist destination. There you go.
They already have the gambling. They already have the gambling location.
I mean, there are people gambling at the tables in the bar.
Yeah, close down gambling everywhere else. Make this a little gambling town in the middle of the desert. I heard it works.
Oh yeah, that is the current financial situation that is causing the issue in Prospectus Hollow.
I mean, I gotta admit, my perspective on this right now is like, well, that sucks for them, but like, okay.
Yeah, I don't think we found out what Romy was hoping for, but she was hoping there was a linchpin in there that she could kind of.
Yeah, it's like there's not a solution here, so I don't know what we're supposed to do.
I guess at that point, Romy just says thank you, gets up and leaves. She walks up to the NHP in the lobby and flashes her ID at it with a smirk and leaves.
Okay.
As Romy leaves, Al stays behind for a second, just looks at Fraser and asks, so, in your opinion, what do you think Warner should have done?
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, the mine probably would have stayed open if they were willing to automate. The town itself would have prospered if the individuals who refused to learn new trades were going to continue to refuse to learn new trades. I don't think they would have succeeded in life no matter what happened.
Al nods, thanks him, and leaves to catch up with Romy. And where's Romy heading? Back to the bar, somewhere else?
Yeah, she can head back to the bar.
Okay. So, Al follows, contemplating a couple of things, but mainly just wants to get back together with the group so that we can all discuss what we found out. So, what's going on at the bar?
So everyone there's just drinking. So in the time that you were gone, Am Warner has actually gone through a 4th bottle. The dude actually seems only slightly buzzed.
Kat's just watching it, kind of impressed. She's still sipping on her single glass.
Yeah. Like, this guy's a big dude, but like, even still, that seems a little unnatural.
I mean,
Is it obvious upon Al's entry that, like, maybe are there like 3 empty bottles in front of him still, and he's sipping on the 4th?
Yeah. Like, the bottle's still there. They haven't collected them. They're just, like, they're just there.
found a hat with my drone on the way in.
Okay.
Al wants to follow up on that because, like, he doesn't drink much anymore, but he remembers back in his not so much younger, but more depressing days before he got his Lancer license, when he would drink and he could maybe get through like a bottle and a half before he was on the floor. So I want to see if I can notice anything weird about him besides the fact that he's drinking inhumanly much. Should I do like a read a situation, or would I be able to find out anything from that?
Sure.
Okay.
There is nothing unusual about his behavior or the way he is carrying himself that you can visibly discern from observing him.
So he seems totally normal.
Just he is like 4 bottles into scotch, and he is slightly buzzed.
Tape sandworm.
There's no glowing green worms hanging off the back of his head, so...
No, there's not. He looks like
Very drunk
he
tapeworm.
appears to be a perfectly normal human being who is chugging away at a bottle of scotch.
Al walks over to one of the out-of-work miners, and strikes up a conversation. He goes, "So the mine closed down, and now this is what you guys do all day?" Not in like a condescending way, just kind of like trying to figure out what else they might. Just making light conversation before he gets into the weird questions.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Take a look around before you came to this town? Not much else to do."
Al leans in, speaks lowly. You know, he's chosen a miner that's a couple of seats away from Warner, and just asks, "So, you were working at the mine with Warner before everything went down, right?"
Every single one of us.
Before it got shut down for the insane bureaucratic reasons that it did anything weird happen? Were there any large events, catastrophic collapses, anything like that at all?
A weird question to ask.
Tell
Al
me
Al kind of motions over at Warner and goes, "He seems to be drinking way more heavily than the rest of you. I'm just trying to figure out if anything
At that,
besides the regular bureaucracy happens."
the guy laughs. And he goes, "Why don't you ask Warner about it?"
They spent this entire time telling us not to talk to Warner. What the heck? Make up your mind, town.
I tried and they threw me out of the bar.
Hey, Kat succeeded, but she only asked one question and then just drank next to him. She's being polite.
All I did was ask a simple question.
Yes.
And broke a glass.
Well, that's neither here nor there.
Kind of a key element here.
It's why you were here and now you were there. So...
I mean, we already saw her fumble the cards. I'm sure fumbling the glass was a mistake.
Good to know your character's a liar.
Yes.
You didn't hear the stories going around about our...
I mean, no, that's just acting like a bard. There's a difference between a bard and a liar.
Is there?
There is.
There.
There is.
Army doesn't really have a distinction between...
Yeah, one's a rogue that sings and the other's is just a rogue.
We don't want to hear her sing, so... We're going with just a rogue.
Some bards have liars. Oh, anyways.
Oh,
Ha! I was waiting for that joke, honestly. That took you a while.
Sorry, I know. I was waiting for a good gap in conversation to deliver it so we could move on with our lives. Al straightens up and goes, "I think I will." And he goes and sits one chair away from Warner and gestures to the bottles and goes, "So, have you always been this good at emptying the pot, as it were?"
He looks at you. He kind of laughs a little bit. And he goes, "You ever seen a dune worm?"
what does that have to do with anything?
Listen. Hold on. Al goes, "Not up close, but
we saw a little
seen-
model of one on the table the other day.
yeah,
So,
picture of it. Definitely very ugly."
so he laughs a little bit and goes, "Yeah, they're big suckers." And he grabs his, like, uniform, and he unzips it, and he pulls it down to the waist level. And you can see the dude is covered in scars, and a lot of them look like burns, and there's a few, like, bite marks on this person. But what's most alarming is that, like, around his stomach, from, like, the center, on, like, the front and the back, all the way to the left, his skin is, like, different, like it's been grafted on. So it looks like something took a chunk out of his torso. And he goes, "Yeah, the suckers are full of acid." And he, like, pats the torso where, like, the skin graft is taking place. And he goes, "Everything's synthetic."
Kat is really glad she's drinking right now so that she can hide her reaction to all that.
Al's seen worse. He looks up at him. He has. And goes, "So I take it that everything's running at much higher efficiency down there. Filtration and whatnot."
He looks at you and is like, "You don't talk normal, do you?"
Kat's just now like bent over the bar laughing.
Pecker is just like got his forehead in his palm and he's just like focusing on his drink.
Al kind of rubs his brow for a second and goes, All I'm asking is...
He stops you right there. He, like, puts his hand up and goes, "Yeah, I got a synthetic liver."
Even Romy's kind of like, I don't know this guy.
Al just sighs and goes, "That's all I wanted to know."
Yeah.
Really, but... So Al goes, "Well, I guess that explains that, but,
I feel like Kat would just call over at this point, like, I'll stop hitting on him."
Al glares over at Kat and makes a motion like he's throwing something off of his back, and then looks back over at Warner and goes, "Look, I heard about all the bureaucratic bullcrap that went on with everything here, and I'm just trying to figure some stuff out myself since we're going to be here for a while. But I now understand why it is that you're putting so much down. The worms, was it in the mine that you were attacked, or somewhere else?"
Yeah, it looks at you and go, "Well, yeah, they live in the mines. What they do."
Oh, Al's going back off of his word on the street knowledge where they would just like sneak into your house at night and, take you out of bed. So Al goes, so they don't ever come up here, surface level.
He shrugs and goes, "Not if they can afford it. I don't think they like the sun."
Al nods.
Cat's just over there muttering, neither do I.
Listen, Al's bald. Dude, we're sunblocked 24/7. Well, nanosynthetic sunblock, I assume. So he goes, so not even at night? Because I heard some things before I came here about some weird occurrences. Or is that just stories they tell you to make you go to sleep at night and not get out of bed?
He kind of looks at you and goes,
Stories for kids, Al says.
"What, do you think it's the boogeyman? The worm."
Boogie, man.
Al shrugs and goes, I talked to some pretty strange folks before I got here, I guess.
Ow.
He kind of gives you like this concerned look and goes, "You probably shouldn't believe everything everyone says to you."
Al doesn't really respond to that. He just kind of glances at him and goes, yeah. Well, I've been working on my trust issues, and I guess I can't let anybody in. But thanks for letting me know what's going on. And
That was really grimdark, incidentally.
It was a little bit,
Yeah.
which gives him another concerned look on his face. He's like, "Am I gonna have to be worried about you?"
Al ends the conversation by doing the two-finger salute and just walking away, thoroughly embarrassed at his information gathering attempts going about as well as they always have.
You see A.M. Warner. You see A.M. Warner look really confused and then just like take a deep, long drink out of his bottle.
Did any of the scars look recent?
Not especially. They look like they've all been pretty well healed over.
So Al goes and takes a seat back next to Kat. And just
Looks embarrassed.
looks embarrassed.
Cat just kind of gives him a look because he threatened to throw her off his back, so...
Parker tries to give him a little thumbs up to lift his spirits.
Al shrugs and looks at Kat and mouths, I wouldn't do that.
She's just like, you better not. I'll freaking hack your Mac.
Can you hack his liver and make him drunk?
I'm not gonna do that to someone even if I can. That's...
Surprise, all the alcohol in your system now works. You're dead.
What kind of question is that? Like, can you basically give him a drug in his drink? Like, what
If you
the
do
heck?
Then we can deliver the stuff on the truck.
No. I'm no.
So
Well, it's been a
you're
good stream, guys.
basically asking if she can assassinate the guy
Just a
who
little tweak.
runs the town so that you can...
We challenge him to a drink off, and she tweaks his liver. Profit.
During this, Al brings Kat up to speed about what they learned with Frasier. Just kind of,
Skip forward to an hour later.
Well, I'm just gonna forward over. I'm not even gonna
Cliff
really
Notes
skip
version?
I'm just gonna forward. I'm gonna give her the notes that
Reader's
I
Digest.
wrote down. Yeah, based off of it. The Spark Notes version. Yeah. basically, she gets an electronic mail that just, goes over 1, 2, 3, etc. of what went on. The whole profitability reporting, the fact that workers were going to be replaced by mechs, but Warner is the guy who didn't take it, and so now instead of the town benefiting, but the workers not benefiting as much unless they plan on taking up new career paths, now nobody is benefiting because of what's going on. And I leave off the last part of, well, I leave with the last part of, I'm not 100% certain that this profitability reporting could be exactly 100% true, but this is what's been presented to us.
Kat's just gonna read over it and she's just gonna be like, I'm not sure what we do with this. Like, we can't make them change the way of life.
Shrugs.
Even if she doesn't get people not wanting to incorporate more tech, because tech is good.
Does anything on that manifest stand out as being particularly valuable?
No. It is mostly just a lot of numbers. It's just a full tally of cost, expected results, and projections. It is exactly as it reads on the.
I got nothing.
Parker kind of pauses as something occurs to him, and he finishes his drink, and he's like, I'll be right back. And he walks outside.
Okay.
Is he going to flirt with people? What?
No, he's gonna go over to the trucks, make sure that no one decided to make off with the supplies without paying.
Well, I left my AI there. Not that I know what it would do, but that's the fun of having an
checking on
AI.
the cargo, since I think they're still technically responsible for it.
Yeah, there's not really anything done. Cargo's still there. The driver's still just chilling in the front. Cargo actually got a tablet, he's reading from it or watching something from it. Dude came prepared.
Catching up on the historical documentary called Golden Girls.
Can Harker hop up into the passenger side?
Sure. He kind of gives you a look as you pop in, but just goes about his business. Be watching some sort of show or something.
So he'd say, is it always like this?
He kind of shrugs and goes 9 times out of 10.
How long does it usually take for them to work out their stubborn?
He pauses and goes, well, last time I was here, 2 days?
We're gonna need a supply drop.
Harker just kind of lets out a low whistle, and then he's like, so what do people do for fun around here?
There's a bar.
Harker kind of grimaces, and then he asks, you ever have any issues with anyone trying to make off with cargo? Do we have it under tighter security?
He shrugs and goes, no one from this town's dumb enough to steal that. It's just gonna piss off Warner.
Harker just kind of nods. He's like, well, that's one relief at least. Watching anything good?
Catching up on my shows.
Parker kind of sits there for a second, and then he's like, "Good talk," and then he gets back out. He kind of like looks around the street, see if there's anything at all interesting.
No, not especially. There's a few merchant stalls, so unless Parker wants to go shopping, I guess.
Sure, he'll go check out the merchant stalls.
Sure. It is sort of what you would expect from like a town of mostly non-tourists, right? Like it is more practical items, people trying to like ply their trade. Just like, bags, clothing, some food. Nothing too fancy, like there aren't like a lot of like electronics, because there are like dedicated stores for that where like more steadily supplied things are, of course. Like the merchant stalls that are like on the street are more like handmade or like, small production craft.
Can he strike up conversation with any of the merchants and kind of be like, so apply his charm a little and just try to see like how's life treating them?
Absolutely. Like to do. Find a random person? Are you targeting a specific?
Probably just like a random person. Maybe the person who's selling food.
Sure. You find a rather interesting grilled worm vendor. It is sort of like it's like a little tiny wooden shack with like some burners on it and like suspicious looking meat on a stick. Go up, is there anything specific that you'd like to find? Or are you looking for general situation? Like, what specifically would you like to find out?
I think he's starting with general. He's just trying to kind of get like lay of the land, or in terms of because they've heard a lot about the worms, and if they're selling grilled worms, it makes sense to start by talking to them about life in Prospector's Hollow. And
sure, give me a give me a charm. Why not? You're good at that.
You think I'm good at that?
Apparently not.
I'm really bad at that.
So you have a conversation, and it's a very interesting conversation. Basically, the guy tries to sell you on Prospector's Hollow and how great a place it is, how awesome it is to live here, because you get to have a tasty grilled worm anytime you want. Would you like to buy some grilled worm? It's the best thing you'll eat this side of Wayfar. Would you like to buy some worm? Here. Would you like a sample? Buy some worm.
Harker politely declines, because something in the back of his mind is talking about them being very acidic.
What's the name of this stall? Grubhub?
Ha ha, no.
He, I guess, moves on to the clothing stall if he can extricate himself.
There is a nice older lady who is very flattering toward you. How good you would look in this handmade frontier jacket.
Sure.
It is sort of a leather type material. It is sort of it is like what you would say like retro future, where there's like a lot of like buckles and like hidden like latches that like hold the thing closed. So it's like zipperless, but it does sort of look like it came out of like an 80s movie. It comes in a variety of colors. She guarantees that it is going to hold up to the rugged elements of Wayfar. And for her part, it does look like they're pretty solid. You do notice that no one is really wearing them.
Get a red one.
If you'd like to make a charm and ask a question.
Yeah, I'll try the one thing I trained the most, which I rolled a 1 on, but I can try again.
Okay,
Better.
there you go.
I mean, you can't help that Hako was just so grossed out by the idea of eating.
I guess so. He was really shocked by the
He
girl.
Why eat worm when you can wear it?
As it turns out, that she is in fact selling you wormhide.
Yeah. Bet it's real resistant to acid.
So it is wormling hide specifically.
Washed.
Yes, it's acid washed.
Aww.
Fits with the 80s aesthetic.
100% worm denim.
You know what? I hate you all. I just...
So she is very insistent on selling you this this worm hide jacket. For what it's worth, it is a real nice soft leather, and she seems to have actually done a good job of making this jacket. It's up to you whether or not you feel like buying a worm jacket. That's a thing up entirely. 100% on you. But you know, you put on your charm, you have a conversation with her for quite a while, and generally speaking, people are mostly happy here in Prospector's Hollow. The town does feel bad, actually, for the sacrifices that have to be made, right? Like, they understand that it's not easy to cover the costs for this many people, and a lot of people do tend to leave the town, much to like the dismay of the miners who have chosen to stay on because they don't have anywhere else to go. But the people that stay generally believe that Warner has their best interests in mind, and they're okay with how things are. They could be better, but they could 100% be worse.
Buy a jacket, guys.
I think you need to buy one for our boss, yeah.
Red with buckles.
Show him that we're thinking about him.
See if she has any
As
like
an
shiny gloves to go
apology
with it.
for letting the Musashi bleed boss
Yeah.
away.
Like, this is an apology for us
Like,
not
oh,
dying.
this neat jacket. Let me look at
Sure, you buy a jacket for him. What color are you gonna get?
I was looking at his picture. We'll go with purple.
Sure, let's go with purple.
Now he's gonna think that Cat set it up.
You buy your boss a fancy wormhide jacket. You are
so hard.
promised, by the way, that the wormhide jacket is resistant against small arms fire and energy weapons. She swears up and down. After all, it's so hard to kill a worm. The worm leather must hold up real well.
Harker asks her about that and says, "Why is it so hard to kill a worm?"
Well, don't you know that, like, the worms, they say, the hide is so tough that you couldn't even cut it with the sharpest knife.
How did she make it?
exactly true.
Are you gonna ask her that?
I feel like there's a major flaw in this.
Are you going to ask her that very important question?
After that, he's gonna be like, "So, how do they make the jackets then?"
The lady smiles and laughs and like pats you on the cheek and goes, "Oh, it's a trade secret."
Harker, flashes a charming smile and says, "Well, thanks for this lovely jacket. I'm sure to treasure it." And then heads back towards the bar to rejoin the group. Mostly because I have to go briefly AFK, so I will be right back.
Okay.
So Al notices Harker walk into the bar, and then Harker's eyes glaze over. No,
He gets distracted by someone putting on the stage. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'd love to ask Harker about that jacket.
I feel like Kat would kind of flag down one of the barkeeps and just be like, "Hey, is there a place that will rent a room for a night?"
He nods and goes, yeah. There's a couple places, although if you'd like, the upper floors of this building, there are a few rooms.
She's just gonna go, "Well, it looks like we're gonna need at least for one night, so I need one."
He nods and goes, yeah, that should be no problem.
Al looks up at the barkeep and goes, "I'll probably need one myself, and I assume my other two compatriots will need one as well. Do you have 4 rooms available if it comes to that?"
The barkeep pauses and check around and checks the terminal. We do have 3 rooms currently available.
Romy's cool with sleeping rough.
You speak up
I
and
mean,
say that.
as is Al. So.
Yeah, Carol just go, "Well, we'll figure it out if you can just book those 3 rooms for us."
Nod and go, okay. And they disappear for a little. A minute or two later, come back with 3 room keys for you. They have numbers and identifiers on them, so it's easy for you to find your room later.
Nice of them to tell us what key goes to what door.
I mean they're printed on the key cards.
Like they just want, no, I think
Here you
he
go.
was saying that they would. Yeah.
They assume that you can read.
He was saying that he expected them to just be like, "Here's keys. Help you find your door."
Keep trying doors till they work.
I mean,
Is it immediately obvious where the rooms are?
I mean they're labeled, like they're numbered, so it would be like
Right, but this is a large
yeah. So they're
area.
labeled. There are 3 rooms. It's 107, 115, and 117.
Okay. But we don't need to be directed to where the rooms are. Not like the actual rooms themselves, but the area where the rooms are kept, because it's obvious.
I mean, you were told that they're the floor above you.
Okay. And we can see easily the stairs
Yes.
that we would use. Okay. Just want to make sure that we're not going to be like on some wild goose chase later that we were sold rooms for
Yeah.
the second floor
So
of this building that only has 1 floor.
yeah. So keep in mind that you are in a converted public facility, so everything is visibly accessible.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
like to retire for the night, or would you like to do some things for the day? It's like midday, so like, say you guys just unwind and do stuff for the next day if you'd so choose. Or you
Romy
can.
goes outside,
Okay.
puts her hat on the ground, and gets her drone to start dancing around, and she does some busking outside.
Okay. Sure. Why not? Everybody else?
Roll performance.
This isn't D&D.
Al's gonna go try to head out toward where the mine is and just examine the area around it, but not go inside because that would pretty much be suicide at this point, I would assume.
So you would
Is
have.
it far from the town?
Yeah, it's about 2 miles out.
Okay.
Would you like to do that? It's not a hard trek, especially since you have your mech, right? Like it's not.
Oh yeah, if it's 2 miles out, he's gonna get in the mech. He's not gonna walk 2 miles in the sun just to pass out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'd go about 2 miles out. You can see sort of the outline of like, the structures and stuff. It was, I guess technically, a fairly modern looking mine. You're sure that like
Mhm.
all the buildings and stuff that dot the entrance are probably like scavenged of any useful equipment, either taken when they closed it down or just like ripped out to make for new usage in the town. But you see the skeleton of what look like several facilities. Like there's an ore processing center, there's a loading and unloading bay. It is like a robust complex. It looks like there was like a 2-story administrative building. And the mine entrance itself actually pretty big. You would fit through it. You could go into that mine with like your big old gigantic super mech.
Huh. Does it look like there's been anyone around here recently? Like, is there any equipment that looks like it's been recently used, or does everything
No,
look
everything's
destitute?
like
Or just
what you can see through the windows. They're powered off now. Like there's sand buildup on the structures. Everything in there mostly looks ransacked. Like they took out all the office furniture, anything that was like vital for the building to function is mostly left, but like any utility items are just all gone.
Gotcha.
Like
Allison's sorry, go on.
I was like, so I was gonna say like there's definitely the indication that they held out hope that the buildings might be reused, but they didn't strip anything critical, right? So like the loading bay equipment, it's not being properly maintained for the last few months, but like it's there. Just like the stuff that's missing is just like desks, chairs, non-vital equipment, like computer terminals that were just like not for operating things were just taken.
Right. The general purpose stuff was removed, but all
Yeah.
the proprietary stuff remains.
Yeah.
In the hopes that it might be used again.
As for the mine entrance itself, it's been sealed. There's just a big, like, metal blast door that has been dropped down on the front. And there's like a holographic, like, exclamation point warning type thing, just like indicating that you're not allowed to go in.
Okay. Al radios back to Kat specifically and says, so, I'm at the mine area. And there's a big blast door here. Says I can't get through it. But also, I don't see any signs of anything happening here recently, which makes sense. Do you think I should
Blast the
try to
blast
see if
door?
I can get in?
Oh,
Not necessarily blast it, but just like I mean, is there any merit, you think, in going in now? Or should I
I
wait
mean-
for all y'all?
Are you that jealous of him being able to drink that much?
Al kind of chuckles, remembering his embarrassment, and goes, I mean, I'm in a walking building here, but at the same time, I don't know how deep I want to go without support. You think this is worth investigating now or later?
I wouldn't do it alone. She sounds kind of incredulous. She does not know why he wanted to go investigate worms. Like, she's just like, without money, we can't open the mine anyway. So what does it matter if the worms have a home now?
Romany offers to send a flashlight drone.
Al responds back, just trying to see if there's anything amiss over here, like if maybe they're trying to do something else. I'll not go inside, but I'll just poke around a little bit further, then come back.
I mean, you're free to do whatever. All I'm saying is don't destroy anything because we're gonna get charged.
Al nods. Well, Al says, heard. I won't destroy anything. But, I'm still not entirely convinced that there's nothing going on here. So, I'll catch you guys back around in a little bit. I'm just gonna do another walk around.
Just be careful.
I will. I'm not gonna go someplace that looks dangerous in the first place. And, besides, I've got the cassowary with me. The albatross, rather.
Can't
In case
even
anything
remember the
goes
name of your
weird.
mech.
I change the name so often.
I mean, I feel like that's a concerning trend.
Listen, every time it changes, if there's a large change, it has to get a new name. I think albatross is the final form, though. We're gonna stick with that. We've all been leading up to the alliterative Al's albatross for the past 8 sessions, 10,000 sessions.
Can you make it out of aluminum?
I mean, no. But narratively, here's what I'd like to do. Because, Chekhov's gun, as it were. I'd like to do an investigation around the mine to see if there's any other entrances into it. Within maybe a 2 mile or a 1 mile radius, rather, around the area, just to see if there is any sign of any activity near the entrance of the mine or around the area of the mine that would be non-official work. Or even just wild animals, say worms or something else.
Check for that.
Yup. What kind of check would you like me to use?
Also, turn your mech. Give me technically a systems.
Oh no.
Well, that's not going to be good, but sure.
That's what you get for going out there alone and threatening to throw the goblin off of your shoulder.
Yeah, well. Al kind of struggles between codependency and trying to make up for his mistakes by going out and doing stuff on his own, which usually just ends up screwing himself and potentially his teammates. So here we go. Yep, that's not going to do anything.
So you do a patrol around the mine. Kind of survey the area. You're running your systems. You're running your scans. As far as you can tell, there has been no significant disruption to the surrounding terrain that wouldn't be explained by just generic mining, right? Obviously, your sensors can penetrate far enough into the ground to notice, hey, there's tunnels. You do notice that there are signs of movement underground, like a lot of it. That would coincide pretty well with the fact that it's supposedly a worm infestation. And then while you're like stomping around, looking, kind of like unwillingly step into like not quite a sinkhole, but like the entrance of a tunnel that is clearly like a worm burrow. Like the ground gives out, your foot goes in. You're not stuck because your mech is just super big, right? Like it's an inconvenience that you have just sort of stumbled in and kind of gotten yourself like sort of embedded into the ground.
Right.
Yeah. So your mech is now halfway in the ground.
Okay. I'd like to try to. So I wire back over to Kat and I go, so don't be alarmed.
This is the point where she's going to, like, assuming Harker's still near her, she's gonna mouth to Harker, "Tet."
You can just hear Romy laughing over the comms already.
So I should be able to get myself out of this, but I think I found a worm burrow.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try to carefully and as silently as I can get out of here. It's still light out.
Do we hear it from the bar as he tries to get out?
I mean, he's only like 2 or 3 miles away, so like a building sinking into the ground does make sort of a resonant like bunk that like you don't necessarily feel, but like you catch the tone of it. You're just like, huh, weird noise.
There's another thunk as Kat's head hits the bar through the comm. Like, man.
So
out.
Yeah.
Just picturing your mech stuck halfway.
Yeah, like, no, Kat's just like, she just stays like that for a moment with her head on the bar. And then she's just like, she kind of gives this huge sigh and she just gets up and walks towards the door.
So
She's going to go get her Mac.
get a winch. No. So you said it's more of an inconvenience, though, right?
Yeah. So like, give me
I don't like the tone of your voice, GM.
give
really.
me an agility.
Oh, an agility save.
Yeah.
Good thing I have a +1 in that now.
We can climb cliffs. You
Okay.
climb out of a hole.
So like, it takes some finagling, but you do dislodge yourself from the worm burrow without causing any harm to your mech.
Yeah.
You basically you just like maneuver and like push and pull your way out of like. It's sort of like if you fell into a ditch like halfway to your waist and you had to like worm your way out of it. That's what your mech just did.
No,
That's
we're worried about
choice words.
worms.
So that's basically what your mech just had to do to get itself out of this hole that you fell into.
Yeah. The old quicksand routine. Lay flat, get your legs up, roll over. Yeah, okay.
Break dancing mech, basically.
So yeah, you managed to dislodge yourself from the thing. So like you're not in any case like in any sense of the word like a worm expert. You know nothing about these things really. You're not from this planet. The only story that you know is that they sneak into your house at night and take you away if you misbehave because you're a bad child.
They did the PowerPoint for us.
Sort of. But that doesn't make him knowledgeable about like tracking worms and things, but like his personal experience is poor. Yes. But his personal experience is very poor. So like the best that you can tell, this tunnel goes into the mine. Like, your sensors seem to indicate that, yes, this tunnel that you've sort of sunken yourself into does go into the mine. But it is very clearly, like, a worm tunnel.
Is it
Okay.
like in the direction of the city or away from the city or?
No, not really. It doesn't directly go to the town in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, just making sure.
Does it appear, as far as I can tell, since I've squished it, like it's an active burrow?
I mean, you can't tell that. You have no way of knowing that information.
Okay.
So can we tell him we reopened the mines, technically?
I mean, you could tell him that the tunnel that the worm makes is technically smaller than the mine entrance, so, like, it's not really a useful. But, I mean, I guess.
Al transmits a live feed of this back over to, the team and goes, do we have any useful documentation, intel on this to tell any more about the activity going on here, or is this just like, we just know it's a worm den?
As far as you can tell, it is just sort of a tunnel that a worm has dug into the ground. It is it is large enough to say it was an adult, like a grown worm that did this. But given that there's a worm nest in the mine, presumably, that's not unusual.
Yeah. But it's very close to the surface.
Ish. Yeah. Like, you sort of collapsed into it, but yeah.
Yeah, like maybe like a story and a half, but that's still pretty close to the surface. You would think that they would have their nests further down. But then again, what do I know? I'm not a worm biologist.
Yeah.
So, trying to think. I don't really have any like surveillance gear or anything I can drop there.
Do not.
Okay, so Al, realizing that if he keeps looking around, might get himself into a bigger pickle, heads back to town. Because he doesn't want to fall into a larger hole and be alone. The Descent style.
Yeah, that's fair. You don't want to be alone in a wormhole.
Yeah, it gets you a syndicated series on sci-fi.
I don't know what you're talking about. Certainly don't feel the earth tremoring.
I was talking about the one with Gimli.
I stand by what I said.
Alright, so Al heads back, loads his mech back onto the truck, because that's kind of like their impromptu hangar at this point. Heads back to the team and talks about what he found.
Waiting outside because she did head to the door. And she kind of, as soon as he gets near the door, she, without warning, she reaches up and like smacks him on the back of the head.
Remy's still out there with her hat.
Which she's probably like having to like. She probably has to get on her tiptoes to even manage it, but.
Al just kind of like reaches under her arms, picks her up, brings her eye level, and goes, "I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine."
Just found a
Puts
hole.
her back down gently. It's just a hole.
Just tried to cuddle with acidic worms.
Didn't try to cuddle with them. Just fell into their.
What do you call like falling into their homes?
He saw how much that jacket cost and figured he'd get in on it.
Al shrugs and goes,
wanted
"Impromptu
his own
breaking and
jacket.
entering."
Probably shouldn't be. It's probably not good.
Like, what if the worms are all ticked off now that you destroyed one of their tunnels?
Al pauses for a moment and goes, "But how do they know it was me? I was in a building."
You technically added to the tunnel. You were helping them out.
I don't think that's how that works.
Tunnel expansion. So,
Al shrugs and goes, "Look, the only information I have on these things is hearsay at best. I'm still going to be on guard tonight. Not from worms necessarily, but maybe from townsfolk who don't take too kindly to the government sleeping right on top of them." But who knows? Maybe I did piss them off.
Yeah, it's just like,
The thing is that there were no worms in there when I
How do you
fell
know?
through, as far
How
as
do
we
you
know,
know?
right, GM?
You did not see any sign of a worm when you fell in?
it could have been under your damn foot.
how do we know they're not like mind worms and one of
So-
them burrowed in and took you over?
I didn't have to roll a will save, so
It's also not a behavior of said worm.
Well, we-
That's a whole different sort of one.
I fell in, but it was relatively close to the surface. It could have been an early burrow. Plus, there's no acid damage to my bot, so I probably didn't squish one. Nor did any try to attack my ankles or anything like that. So I think we should be okay.
Like, Kat's just gonna, like, fold her arms and just look annoyed.
I mean, that's fair.
She's just like,
Also, we're about 3 hours, so how about we take a little break? Everyone get up, stretch, get some water or something. We will be right back on stream. Put up a break screen. Alright, so we're back.
I never left because it was bickering the entire time.
Well, that's not good.
No, I mean, like, there's the limitation of, like, things Cat would actually poke into, too. Like,
Romy's been listening the entire time she's been outside. Has she heard anything worth anything?
Not. No, not particularly.
Okay.
Like, no one on the street's gonna be talking about, like, like, anything that I guess you would consider, like, super relevant. Like, because the people on the street, they don't have, like, a vested interest, per se, into, like,
Right.
you know, the greater concerns of, like, the mining end of things.
So we're back on stream, right?
Yep.
So
Easy.
what I think is a potential course of action here, I know, is to convince the workers that it's a good idea to, get back to work, as it were. Maybe not in the traditional sense, but then they'll be able to not worry about affording supply drops and also be able to just, learn a new trade if they have to. But it's better overall for everybody. I think we need to show them the value in that. Thoughts?
I mean, that is theoretically a good idea. I don't know how you convince a bunch of people who insist on being traditionalists to.
We're gonna have to convince their foreman because that's who they listen to.
Well, who better to convince the foreman than the people who, work for them? Right?
I just don't. There has to be some. I guess we could just ask the foreman why they didn't want to learn the new trades.
Yeah, I guess that's a course of action that we should probably take.
Because, like, we don't know, like, what the reasoning is. Like, it seems very obvious that, like, but they did say that automating it, like, I wonder, one thing that wasn't clear was that it said that it'd lose them jobs because...
Yeah, they told us less money if they automated. Of course, they're making less now, too.
So the
Right.
argument was, people here would have to retrain, and a lot of them chose not to. There wasn't really a reason why. There would actually be less jobs, right? Because you don't need as many people running machinery as you do people mining. Like, some people just would not be able to get jobs. So it would be a matter of, like, yes, technically, if some of them trained, some of them could get jobs, but there isn't an extra job for everybody.
So, aren't there other industries they could possibly go into, or is it just like that's it, basically? Like, once this happens, or is that something we kind of have to figure out? I assume.
We
So-
need that worm hide cutting trade secret.
So, like, ostensibly speaking, they could all study how to become more modernized miners. They would not all get jobs here. They'd have to move out of this town. They all wanted to work in that industry. Given the fact that they chose to stay, you could easily infer that they'd rather stay here. And it's absolutely easy to tell that it's a case about a bunch of people being stubborn.
Okay, so I imagine we're all powwowing in one of the rooms discussing all this. So we need to get this guy to sign one way or the other.
Yeah.
Either through intimidation or through convincing. I don't think intimidation is going to work much. This guy's been through some rough stuff, and I'm sure he'd rather, fight the big one than go through with that kind of thing. I mean, we could kill the guy. That seems like a bad idea. Because then we'd have a whole bunch of people just kind of real pissed at us if they found out that it was us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're already mad at me. I volunteer.
The worms are
No,
taking over
you're not killing him.
The worms are taking over the mine. So why don't we posit you can still be miners, but in the sense that you're security for the automation that's going on. Maybe if you don't want to retrain to run these machines and to maintain them, you could retrain as security for these machines and work on, keeping the worm infestation at bay to allow mining operations to continue. But the question is, who do we talk to about setting up something like that? Like, that's where I'm at. And is that even a viable option?
If
Thoughts?
you're asking me on that,
Sounds like a Frasier thing.
what's wrong with Frasier?
How much time do you have?
Not enough to listen to Frasier.
But
I
yeah.
mean,
So are we still the same day, or are we thinking it's the next day now, or what's going on?
No, we're still same day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Haven't retired for the night yet.
How much money have I made?
Inconsequential
busking?
because we're not really tracking the value of.
Well, I need to know the
It's
value.
more the question of like
services.
whether they made any money at all.
I don't know. Give me let's see.
I can show off.
Yeah, sure. Give me a show off.
I think.
You made about been on a couple, like an hour or so. I don't know, 50 mana.
it's not nothing.
People threw you some change. yes, what is your plan of attack here?
You have a plan of attack?
I mean, you were discussing one. I don't know if you actually have one, but you guys were discussing one.
I mean, we could talk to Frazier and run some ideas by him, because it seems like he's the guy who's going to be the maybe not necessarily the person who runs the paperwork, but maybe the one who, approves, whatever ideas we may come up with to try and make an amicable decision. And then write up that paperwork or get the paperwork delivered from somebody else so we can present it over. I wouldn't want to posit any ideas over to our buddy, the Mr. Warner. I keep on wanting to call him the Warner brother. I don't want to make him any promises we can't keep. I don't want to say, hey, we could totally do this, and then go back to the law and have them be like, oh, no, we can't do that. That's insane. What are you, stupid? So I'd say we'd start there. I mean, I assume it's probably like at this point, maybe like before 5 p.m. I would assume at this point.
Early mid.
So he's potentially still in his office, maybe.
Has a good chance.
So, yeah. So I would say we start there. See if we can work out some kind of an arrangement that might benefit everybody, as opposed to only benefiting a few. Thoughts? Questions? Queries? Comments?
I mean, Kat is probably just like sitting there going, okay, I still don't get why this is our job.
Because we signed a contract that says it is?
No, we signed a contract that said we had to get the guy to sign the thing, but he will apparently do that in a couple of days anyway. Why are we saving a town?
They might make us sheriff or something if we do, which would be pretty cool. Joint sheriffs.
Then they wouldn't be able to throw you out of the bar.
So, hold on. We're talking about just signing the thing for this particular shipping, or are we talking about signing?
You only
agreement
need
that would get the miner?
your job right now.
Yeah.
That goods. Get Warner to sign them off, pay for the goods, and then you go back.
Who's to say we aren't going to end up doing this every month, though?
That's not monthly. I mean, somewhere in the back of Cat's head, you might realize, Bendis to make this profitable for Justin Barnett, he'd be happy.
I thought about that, but he's still fucking off planet. It's not like he's been responding to emails.
Nope.
So, because she thought about, contacting him and being like, look, if we can pull this off, can you give us some capital to make sure it work? Or some, if we can actually pull it off, would you, reinforce the idea? But she can't do that. So she has no contacts that she can contact. So I have thought that through already, okay? I mean, Kat's at this point of we don't have it. For her, it just comes back down to money, and that you need money to make it work, and they don't have money. So the only thing, what she would probably just say is the only way I see this working at all is if we can get the dude in the banker's outfit, because that's how she's viewing it, to want to put up some capital so that he's not working in Nowheresville.
I mean, ultimately, it seems like everyone's plan requires going to talk to Fraser Cunningham.
Yep.
So presumably you go over to his office. Which pitch are you gonna use? Are you gonna ask him questions? Because you can do that too.
Asking him questions gets us hour-long lectures.
It depends on what you ask.
I mean, you could ask him what's worked in the past, because this hasn't been the first time this has happened. Right?
Well, not according to the driver.
Yeah, so why don't we walk over to Fraser and ask him first, hey, when you've seen this happen in the past, because this isn't the first time it's happened, what ultimately has to happen in order to, get stuff rolling?
So that's actually what you're gonna ask him?
You just made that sound really ominous.
Oh, I don't know, because it sounded like you were presenting that as an idea, not necessarily what you were going to
No,
actually
like
ask.
I think we agree that like we're asking like how has this played out in the past? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you do catch Fraser's off. He seems a little like resigned. You asked him that question, and he sort of goes, yes, Alistair Warner. He's an interesting fella, isn't he? He thinks about what you've said and goes, generally what happens is Alistair gets very upset, and eventually he decides that he'll take a cut from the budget from where he can. He usually talks it over his crew. Almost always the miners, you see. They all generally agree that some of them, usually rotating, are going to take a cut in pay so that they can cover the costs. Quite sad, really. There's a number of ways they could deal with this, but generally I think that's the easiest way they can do it.
Well, if it was up to you, what would be your solution to dealing with it?
Gestures toward Al and goes, well, as I told your associate, I think the most logical solution would be for them to just accept that they have to renegotiate for the opening of the mine. They would modernize and just replace the working staff with machinery. It would not only be more efficient and therefore turn a greater profit, they wouldn't have to keep cutting people's pay.
But that would mean people would lose their pay altogether, wouldn't it?
He shakes his head. No, they're guaranteed a stipend. Just some of them would have jobs in the mine, and the rest would either have to subsist off of minimum pay, or they'd have to find work elsewhere. They can't all get jobs back in the mine if we reopen the mine to standards.
Would you say that there would be potentially other jobs in the area that they could get with a equivalent skill set? Like, obviously not mining, but
He ponders a
People are
moment
doing hard labor.
as well. I mean, the majority of them right now, they get all amount extra just loading and unloading. Though some of them could switch from miners to cargo freight. Similar skill set. Just being heavy objects, yeah.
Alright. And if we could convince him, just potentially, if we could, convince him that modernizing the mine is the way to go, would you be able to help facilitate them getting other jobs in this area in order so that you can raise your own esteem and not be stuck in a dead-end situation?
He kind of considers that and goes, that would technically fall into my purview as liaison with Eden, yes?
Cat's just gonna kind of glance at the others and see what they're thinking.
I mean, Al just looks at her and, nods because that's pretty much what he was positing before, but wanted to confirm that that would be the best course of action.
Yeah, because I mean, Cat didn't know until she actually talked to someone.
Al did forward her the document of what they talked about,
Yeah.
technically.
But yeah, but she didn't know, like, that if there would be other jobs available and stuff like that, like, just
True.
telling someone, like, oh, it's okay, though. I mean, yeah, you're gonna lose, like, 30% of your workers, and that really sucks for them, but you're just gonna have to let them starve. It never goes over well.
Yeah. No, hence why Al wanted to kind of confirm that this would be an option that's available too.
And then Cat's just gonna give a sigh. She's really not happy about what she's gonna say next. She's like, if we do this, we need to help clear out the worms. Because apparently they're paying a stupid amount for us. And the mines aren't gonna work with that many worms just making their homes there.
Fraser pauses and goes, that's not actually in your contract.
Cat has a really pained look on her face. She's just like, yeah, I know. I am aware of that.
He has a puzzled look and goes, no, I mean, it's not part of your contract. That's not what your service is paid for.
I know, but they're already paying a stupid amount for us. We can't ask them to pay for more, so...
Al looks at her and goes, you think they're going to pay us more?
No. No one's gonna pay us to do this, guys. Will you just listen to the pain in my voice?
Like, he's genuinely confused by what you're saying, because he points out, again, that your contract is simply to escort the cargo, unload it, and then escort the freight back. Like, that is the terms of your contract, so he's confused at what you're even...
So she's gonna lean forward and just look him straight in the eyes. And she's like, this kills me. But I am saying we are going to go kill those worms for free as long as you make sure it's known that Barnett from Holland is the one that the security team is working for him. That took care of the worms.
He looks very, very confused now. It's just like, I see. I don't understand, but I see.
She's like, I don't understand either, man. Al is too nice.
He kind of still looks very puzzled and goes, I mean, I could arrange the paperwork if that is the plan that you wish. You would need Alistair to sign it.
Yeah, that's gonna be our next attempt, yeah.
Al silently agrees with a nod of the head.
So presumably, go
Yeah.
speak to Alistair M. Warner.
I think we are losing Kimchi for the evening.
I'm trying to hang in there.
Well, you're really sick though, so. Maybe we should just assume that Haku did eat some of that worm and got sick.
Oh man.
It's like, so they're just negotiating all this.
I mean, if you're
Without a-
if you're sick, you're sick.
I don't want my poor character to have to suffer just because I am.
Yeah, if you're sick, you're sick.
Oh, great. Fill me in. I will tap out for the evening.
Ah,
Yeah,
that's right.
She does not tap out of anything unless.
It's fine.
Okay.
You're sick. You're sick. It is what it is. Don't worry about it.
I hope you feel better. If we
Yeah.
need somebody to charm anybody, we'll just roll some dice.
I mean, Romeo will do it apparently.
But-
I will.
On a serious note, though, you will be missed.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no. But it's more important that you feel better.
Alright. I am gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Talk to you guys next time.
Yep.
Night.
Good night.
Good night. So, yeah. Go find your way to Mr. Warner.
Yeah, no, she messaged me saying that she had no idea what this entire conversation was about. And I was just like, stop being stubborn.
I mean, it's fair. It was a confusing conversation.
Like, just go lay down.
So, how do you approach Mr. Warner?
Well, Romy,
I love how New York your accent gets out.
Do ya?
Yes, it's hilarious.
Alright.
How do you approach Mr. Warner?
Alright.
No, it's cute. I like it. Okay. Okay, well, Pat is just gonna walk up because she's just, she walked up to him before. She doesn't count. She has not gotten kicked out of anything yet, so, she's like, all right, we know you don't want to modernize because you're worried about losing, having people lose jobs, right?
He kind of down his bottle and looked at you. Say anything, he just looks at you.
We just talked with the dandy, and he said he would help authorize getting freight positions and other jobs for those who did not particularly want to learn a new skill set in the mines if you have people who are willing to learn a new skill set. And we will take care of the worms as much as we can for free.
Kind of scoffs at that a little bit. And yeah. I bet he'd love to get the mine open again. Real good on his resume.
And doesn't it look good on anyone else's resumes to have their jobs back? I know you don't like him, but this is a case of scratching each other's backs, even if you hate each other.
Warner kind of pauses and looks to the group of men gathered at the bar with him. Kind of gets up and he goes, "Hey boys, how many of you like mining?" And like immediately there's a response of like all of them cheering. He goes, "How many of you want to stop mining?" And immediately there's a huge response of them booing.
Kat's just gonna shout out like, "How many of you are mining right now?"
They kind of pause and go, "It'll start up again eventually." And like Warner pauses, he kind of looks at them. He goes, "How many of you want to learn how to operate one of those fancy new machines?" There's a lot of them just like immediately boo, and there's a couple of guys that like pause and go, "Who the hell's gonna pay for that?"
We just were telling your boss that Frazier is willing to help supplement getting the mine open again. Even though we all know he's, really opportunistic. And that it's mostly for his resume. But we'd like to get you guys back working as much as we can. And he also promised us that he would utilize helping you guys find jobs who don't feel comfortable with the new systems. So you would all hope potentially have a job.
Warner kind of stares at you and goes, "Did he say he would pay for their training?"
He wants to raise in rank, so he needs to make sure it's done and that it doesn't get shut down in a month.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "So he didn't say that?"
She's just like, he will if I have to go strangle him.
He kind of pauses and goes, "You get his assurance that he will. We'll talk to the boys."
Kat is just gonna go, "Al, can you go make him promise to pay for this?"
Al looks at her, kind of scratches his head for a second, and goes, "I mean, one way or another, yeah."
Good.
Al walks back off to the office, I assume alone.
I don't know. What is Romy doing?
I think she's just still outside with her hat out. I mean, if...
The entire time?
Yep. So, I mean...
As Al passes by Romy, he puts his hand on her shoulder and goes, "Come on. We're going back to the dandy."
She jumps up and gathers her hat and her money and power walks.
I mean, like,
Al,
the thing that...
Al follows at the same speed this time.
Oh, she looks delighted.
It's really more just widening his stride.
Can't say. She's like, I will hack into whatever system and transfer the damn money to this program if I have to. I want to be able to leave this town. But she can't say that publicly. So
Hack into his liver, though. There's a line, I guess.
yeah, Yeah, there is a line between taking money and poisoning someone.
I mean, yeah, those are two very different things.
Is there? I think that they're pretty much the same thing.
No, because Cat takes the money from assholes who don't deserve it.
We wouldn't even had to do it. We could have just been like, sign this or I hack into your liver. So you wouldn't even had to do it.
She does not hack into people's livers. I mean, I don't know that she's ever run into a situation where she even potentially could before, but she still wouldn't do it. That's like hacking into someone's, like, heart pacer. There's just degrees you don't go.
First time for everything.
No, not with that, like, a guy who's just looking out for his own people.
When we run into some situation where you have to hack somebody's liver and you're all of a sudden like, well, I don't know what to do. Don't blame Romy.
Oh, I am sure she would know what to do. That's not the question. It is the ethical question that she's not doing that.
Ethics.
Ethically, should he
You're a
even
hacker,
have a
not an
liver that you could
assassin.
hack?
What?
Ethically, should he even have a liver that you could hack?
Yeah, let's talk to the worm about the ethics of what he did. Or she.
But we're planning on killing all the worms, so we're handling that ethics dilemma.
Yeah, but we should be prepared. We should have like a subpoena or something when we go down to the mine.
We need to talk to that chick that makes the jackets before we
You mean,
start
like-
trying to kill worms.
You mean like bring like a lawsuit of like, this is what you all have been.
This is a justified homicide because you've caused grievous injury to my client.
Yeah, you get it.
Rules lawyer, the worms out of the...
So anyways,
Worm. It's a Zorn, whatever.
you walk speedily into Fraser Cunningham's office,
Aggressively so.
Yeah, we
confused
keep, like,
on why you
walking
walked in
back.
again. It's like, can I help you?
I flash my ID at the thing again too.
Cat would speak into the comms to Al and just be like, if he needs to come up with a way that like they could finance it, that would be lucrative. That's fine too, but we need a way to pay for this.
And while that's happening, Romy's like, official Lancer business to the NHP, and flashes her little ID, and then barges into the office.
Yes, and again, I'm a very confused man, just like, what the hell's going on again? What?
We have a bet. No, wait.
No.
Al just kind of steps in front of Romy and goes, listen, we've talked with Warner, and we know that you'd be willing to facilitate the training, but him and none of his guys, basically, well, all of his guys, basically, they're not going to be able to or want to necessarily afford this training. So we are at an impasse. Would you be able to guarantee 100% that anybody who wants to train in a new job gets that training for nothing?
No.
Come on, not even free on-the-job training?
No. You have any idea how expensive that is?
Al looks at him and goes, yeah, I do. But you want to look good, don't you?
By costing Eden? No.
Tell him about the worms you found burrowing under the city that were about to come and burrow under his office and just collapse everything if we don't take care of them. Al.
You said that out loud, didn't you? I say out of character.
Yes.
Al, without missing a beat, nods at Romy, looks back and goes, well then I gotta tell you, if you want to get out of here, you can either spend the money to get these folks trained and have us take care of your little worm problem, or this town's 2, maybe 3 days away from total collapse. Because I wasn't even that far out of the boundary of the town before I fell through and found a worm burrow, and they seem to be coming closer.
He kind of pauses and looks at you. But you're also in this town.
I was like, yeah, but I have a mech the size of a small building, and I can just, like,
I
leave.
mean, when the rumbling starts, we're getting out of here with our stuff.
He kind of pauses and looks at you and goes, yeah, but I can also just leave. I don't have to be in this town to operate this town. I choose to.
It's not a town to operate if it's destroyed, buddy. Gonna be operating the relief efforts.
Al goes, yeah, you could leave. You could abandon this town and watch it collapse around you and then have no job. Or you can help these helpless souls get the training they need to become profitable again. Because right now, there is no profit.
That's fine if he wants to abandon them and run with his tail between his legs with a giant failure looming behind him.
He looks at you and goes, your options you're presenting me are commit career suicide or
It'll look good on the
fail due to a natural disaster. Which one would you rather take?
Speaking out of character here, what did you say the second one was?
Natural disaster.
Yeah, you're saying either you can risk your entire career by forcing the government to pay way more money than it needs to on a project that they already deemed questionable to start with, or go, oh no, natural disaster.
Can Cat hear this through the comms? Like,
Oh, they're wide open. Because Al is scared and has no idea.
tuned out by now.
I feel like Cat would just like quietly like say in the owl's ear, ask him if there's any potential for a loan situation in which the activation of the mine and the training would be paid back to him. Or to the government, or whoever would be fronting the money.
Al thinks for a second, like it was his idea,
And says, yeah, that.
and says, well, if you can't just front the money, what about a long-term loan? Front the money now, get them the training they need, and they can pay it back as part of their work under their new jobs.
He kind of looks at you, goes, I'm fairly certain that the government would not partake in such a investment by themselves. However, he considers this a moment. You could, I suppose, in theory, get the backing of a corporation and make this a privatized mine. Though I don't know
light up as
who
if
you
everything
would-
is clicked into place.
and he's like, though I don't know who you would possibly talk to about such a venture.
Like, well, we're gonna talk to Crash. No, joking.
And my brain hurt for a second there when you said that sentence. I'm like, what? Did I fall asleep?
Well, no, it was more just like they still have no contact with their boss, so it's like you don't. I guess they could like put a proposal through to Holland. I don't know. They don't have a liaison at Holland. Well, I mean, technically, whoever technically Wilmy works for, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
that's our only thing.
But
So-
I'm best giving that opportunity to Romy's boss rather than Barnett could get us in a lot of trouble.
So you have a couple options. You could attempt to contact your boss. You could attempt to contact Romy's boss. Romy also technically owes a favor to Kirsch Industrial.
Oh, that's true.
So I'm like, Kirsch wasn't completely out.
Would Kirsch consider that a favor, or would that just be them doing us a favor?
Depends on
Let's-
how you spin it.
Let's wrap up the scene though, because we're not going to be able to be like, hold on, as we stand in the office and whip out our cell phones and call.
Yeah, that's true.
So-
But I'm just presenting you with knowledge that you should have.
Gotcha.
I mean,
But just to wrap up the scene, Al will go. I might have a plan. We might have a plan. We'll get back to you on this. How late are you open till?
He looks at you and goes, I mean, I'd like to close now, but you're still standing here.
Al says, enough said.
contact tomorrow morning.
Close up. I'll be back here tomorrow with an updated proposal, hopefully. And he nods at Romy and power walks out the door.
Yeah, and Romy follows him and flashes her ID at the NHP on the way out.
I'm glad Wilmy's just making sure that they know exactly when she's in the office.
I mean, you got to pull them receipts. So, I go back to the group and relay this information that we could get the backing of someone and that Barnett might hop on it, but I look at Kat distressed because I know that Barnett hasn't really been talking to us.
It feels like we had a bad breakup.
I think I would probably send a message to Kirsch telling them that I might have an opportunity they'd be interested
Would
in.
Wilmy let them know that she was doing that?
Yeah, I mean, it's that.
Well, no, it's just because that's a leverage to also try to contact Barnett and be like, but our teammate is talking about offering this to Kirsch. So if you don't respond, it's on you, not us.
Oh yeah, I would let you all know I was doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because what Kat's more worried about is that if they hand this opportunity to another company without giving a chance, it's gonna be way worse than a breakup.
Well, I owed him a favor, so I'm
Like
gonna.
waking up with a mafia boss breakup. Sleep
And
with
I
a
will-
business, but there are no fish on this scam.
So what y'all gonna do? You gonna let Romy just
Alright.
sneak off and make a call?
Okay, so Romy said she's gonna do that, so Kat's gonna give another sigh and write Barnett again and tell him the situation that they technically need financing for the mines. And she's going to just say in this letter that she doesn't really know how they reached this point where this was the thing that they were involved in, but now they are, so that's just what it is. And that their teammate is apparently owes a favor to Kirsch and is going to be offering it to Kirsch. But Kat wanted to make sure that he had first rejection, as it were.
Okay. So how do you send it? Straight to Barnett? Through Holland, or what are you gonna do?
I think she would does his secretary that they met handle the emails?
I mean,
so we can tell
they can, but your last one you supposedly went straight to Barnett.
yeah. I mean, I think she would probably go straight to Barnett. But she'd probably be monitoring the status of it, with hacking, just being sort of just a has this even been read? Because if not, then
Okay.
it's gonna be like no.
So you sent it straight to his email, effectively. And you watch. Meanwhile, Romy, what do you do?
I think I would probably also shoot off an email or whatever we shoot off. And let them know that, hey, I know I owe you guys a favor. I found an opportunity. This mine out here was run by the government, but I think there's some money to be made if they were to privatize it. And that's basically the gist of it.
Okay. So you shoot off a mail straight to your contact, James Halloway. A few minutes pass, and you are basically given a message back asking you for details. Meanwhile, Kat sees that Barnett has not even like remotely considered opening that email. Like, message unread.
So Kat would make the letter more generic and more official sounding, and then send it straight to Holland. At that point, she's just like, no, like just fine, I don't care.
Yep.
And I would send the details. Basically, tell them why it was shut down, how they were fighting back against the machines and everything that would have kept it profitable, but now they're willing to discuss bringing in those machines, and that I think the mine could really start turning a profit if they were willing to put in the investment to get these people trained and going.
Okay. Halloway basically responds that he'll look over the numbers and get back to you. Holland does eventually give you a response back. This is from Barnett's secretary, who asks you for more information.
How hard would it technically be to hack into the system that they were like kind of looking at earlier?
Oh, at Fraser's computer?
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Probably
very.
A minor hack.
Yeah, it's not very hard at all.
A minor hack.
Like, she's not trying to cause trouble. She just wants to get the documents to send them on.
I mean, give me a hack and fix. Yeah, you get it, no problem.
Okay, so she would just forward on the documents, and with the additional information that Fraser is eager to prove himself, so would probably prove as an interesting asset.
Takes a few minutes. Likewise, you are given, you know, the sort of generic canned response that they will investigate and they'll get back to you. So now you guys have to wait, because that's not a deal that someone makes in like 5 minutes.
No.
No,
we're
it's
gonna
gonna be
here
overnight
2
at
days
least.
anyway.
Yeah. What are you guys gonna do to pass the night?
I'd probably send a follow-up email with Fraser's contact information too.
Okay.
Poor guy's gonna get no sleep tonight.
What about the rest of you? What are you doing for the night?
Our future Candy Crush, I mean... No, Al's gonna see, because he is worried about the worms, he's just gonna pop down to the community center and see what kind of games are being played and see if you can get in on one just to pass the time.
Poker.
Because it's
A lot of
only
poker.
like early evening. Poker? They just have poker in the far future?
I mean, that's what people there are playing.
Well, it's 4D space poker.
Alright.
I mean, poker never goes out of style, right? It's just betting and cards.
I mean, the true game that has never ever gone out of style, which I would expect to have gone into many, many realms and many galaxies outside, is Go.
We're gonna say bingo.
No, they're playing poker.
Okay.
Wayfair Hoard'em?
Hmm?
He said Wayfair Hoard'em?
Wayfair Hold'em?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I think
What is that?
Romy's-
Where the flop is 2 cards?
Listen, this is Prospector's Hollow, right? They play Prospector's Satchel.
Yeah, I mean, Kat is just going to retire to a room because she has basically decided that Wilmy should have a room to themselves, and Bruiser and Trauma can share a room. So, that's her verdict.
Romy grabs her mech and she wants to go out and see the big albatross hole. So she's
Okay.
gonna go look at the big albatross shaped hole.
Okay, there's a big ol' hole attached to a tunnel that goes into a mine. Presumably, you can't see that far down into it, but
She's satisfied. She's going back now.
okay. There was nothing special or exciting other than a hole attached to a tunnel.
It was pretty funny though.
Oh boy. Oh Christ.
I think you're.
I feel like Kat just has this killer headache, and she's just like so done with the world. So she's gonna go on the web tonight. And
Yeah.
just-
So,
she's probably gonna like hack people and screw with their finances and stuff like that, just because she's irritated, and it's a way to relax.
Well, I can tinker in my bunk.
I'd like to actually
That's why
gamify.
we gave you a room alone.
Private rooms, I can tinker.
I'd
You
like
were
to actually gamify this poker thing if we
okay. Okay, sure.
Because Al's used to, at least now, he's more akin to reading people, and he wants to see if he can use that to maybe take 50 mana and turn it into a profit.
What are you doing? What do you want to roll and why?
Romy decides she wants to watch this because it could be entertaining.
I want to go into a game, put down my 50 mana, which is probably laughable, depending, and I want to play through a couple of games of Hold'em, and I want to not necessarily use just, what cards I have, but also my read a situation to try to get a read on people
Okay.
and see if I can tell when to hold them and when to fold them. Yes. And
Walk.
I'd like to couple that potentially with bluffing and use and intimidate. But it depends on what you prefer the roll to be overall. If you just want it to be one roll or if you want it to be 2.
Oh no, this will be a contested roll. I'll let you do read a situation.
Okay. So 50 mana down, read a situation. Well, that was a crap roll, but there we go.
You win a hand.
Okay.
We're just gonna do this for like 20 hands.
Romy decided this wasn't as exciting as she thought, and she's going to her room.
It really is just people staring at each other and bluffing. It, like, ultimately that's what happens, right? Like, you kind of just play the table. Like, you're good enough that you picked up a couple of tells, you played the hand well, and you won yourself a small little bet. It's
Okay.
not like a super amazing thing. Like, it is just, you're playing against, like,
downplay his achievements.
You're playing against like town folk. Like you are just
Yeah.
better than them at poker. Like
Yeah, but presumably there's some people here who are just playing poker all the time.
yeah, but they're also playing against same people over and over again. So it's not really a matter about necessarily being skilled at poker at that point, right? Like if you play poker with your best friend, you know their tell better than you know a random stranger that you've never seen. But that's
Correct.
the downside
Why-
about playing poker against the same people over and over again. So even if they're playing poker against people over and over again, ultimately, it's the same people.
Right. Which is why I know I do better in tournament style games if it's people I've never met before. But I actually have a funny poker story for later, but I'll save that for after the cut. Al's gonna do one more hand.
Okay.
Oh, that's bad. That's super bad. That's a 1, by the way.
I actually don't
no, did I roll her?
see that.
No, I rolled a survive.
There we go.
Never mind. So it should
Yeah.
be. It should be a 7.
There was delay there.
There was a huge delay. Like, it did not pop up. You were just saying it was, like, bad, and it was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't see
It
anything.
should be a 7 out of 5.
Yeah.
But anyways.
I didn't see anything until you said that. It's a big delay.
Either way.
Yeah, you don't win that hand. You think you got a read on the guy, like the guy that you played last time. And you're real aggressive. Like you're like, "Oh, I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this." And you come in hard. You try to pressure him. And you're confident like you got this hand. And you do not have this hand. Like you read him wrong entirely. Like you thought he was bluffing. You thought he was just overconfident. He was just trying to, like play you out. No, this guy he just outplayed you.
Do I still have money left?
Yeah.
Al goes for one more.
Okay.
And then I promise we'll stop this rolling exercise so we can get back to the game.
Sure.
Oh.
So you come back against this guy. You realize that he's real bad at bluffing. He's real good at playing his hand straight. And he gets you going for a little bit before you realize this. And this is actually not a one hand. You guys go back and forth for a little bit. But ultimately you figure out what his tell is. You figure out how he plays. And you sort of work your way up. And after a little while, you've basically taken all his money. So you turned 50 mana into about 200 mana.
Sweet. So, like I said, I dip.
He's unhappy.
Oh no. Way to win over the town folk, Al.
Is it one of the people that threw Romy out?
No.
Oh.
As I stand up to leave, I notice that he's unhappy. And I go, how about this? One more hand. I'll give you a chance to win it all back. Plus, I'll throw in an extra 50 if you beat me. Deal?
He seems upset at the supposed charity, but he'll take his chances.
And Al reaches out his hand before the hand starts. His actual hand, not his hand of cards. And says, no hard feelings either way, right? It's just a game.
It's a game with money. I don't think that works.
He doesn't shake your hand. He kind of just gives you a look.
Okay. I am going to intentionally lose this hand.
Okay.
So you're rolling for a success to lose.
Right. My read of situation is if I pass, I lose. In this case.
Somehow you still win.
No, that's not how numbers work. Unless he has a modifier that you're adding.
Because if he had gotten the higher number,
The higher number
he
loses.
to lose. Yeah.
Because he's trying to lose.
No. I was rolling, and if I have a higher number, I lose because I'm trying to lose.
Right. That's what I was saying.
success.
Is that you rolled a 20,
And he still barely lost.
he still barely lost. So yeah, like Al trying to lose here almost went away.
Put on a really good show of almost winning that game.
Also, hey Kage, how's it going? Also, yes, he does lose to you still. You somehow managed to beat him. Like, you thought you read him. Maybe he was trying something weird and saucy and different, but no. Somehow you take his money.
So he has a modifier on that anyway.
Yeah.
So that straight roll. Okay.
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Well,
See
we
ya.
look for this game.
Kage, I don't want to hear the pun, but you're gonna tell me the pun anyway. But yeah, so somehow you still take his money. And you retire for the night, I assume.
I mean, yeah. There's no brawl that breaks out. Yes.
No, he's just unhappy. Like
Okay.
it's fair. He's
Well.
unhappy.
Okay. So. Shit, I couldn't even lose when I tried.
No, you'll never see that wall again in this game.
Nope.
Kage, that was bad.
Did.
That was bad, Kage. That was bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad, man. It's pretty bad.
That was bad, and you should feel bad for it. Anyways, so you guys divvy up your rooms for the night. Romy apparently just tinkers with her devices. Al sleeps with one eye open, assuming someone's gonna break in and shank him in the night.
Well, that's why we gave
I
him.
do
trauma to
every
sleep
night, anyways.
I know, it's not a change of plans.
with. That's why we gave him Trauma as his roommate.
Yeah, that way they'll accidentally shank Charmer.
Bring out my assassin
It's a
drone.
buddy
White
system.
noise.
I will say that Al is on the floor. And Charmer's in the bed.
Okay.
Aw, I'll give him the bed for him.
I'm pretty sure that he just didn't want to hear Charmer whine about not having a bed to sleep in.
So, in the morning, you guys make your way over Fraser's office. Presumably after you've had breakfast and, gotten your morning whatever's dealt with.
Breakfast on Al.
Yeah, Al buys breakfast because he's
Couldn't lose.
too dumb to lose. But only just.
And you
So-
see this guy in the corner staring daggers at him as he eats his breakfast.
It's like, I could have had that breakfast. Yes. So yeah, you make your way into Fraser Cunningham's office. Presumably to follow up on the whole thing. Who goes into the office?
I mean, like,
Romy, with
yeah.
your ID out.
Listen, Kage, this is my stream. I can ban you.
I mean, Kat's going, but she's kind of like pretending she doesn't know Romy.
Romy says she's with me, official Lancer business to the NHP.
This is why Romy had to sleep alone, okay?
Romy likes to sleep alone.
So everybody goes, and
I mean, literally, Kat's logic was like she wasn't sure that Romy wasn't gonna blow something up during the night, so she didn't think anyone should sleep with her. And then, like, she knew Harker would take it the wrong way if she offered to share a room with Harker, and Al would freak out. So it was better if they just shared a room.
And you put their room in between yours and Romy's.
Yes. She had a whole strategy for the rooms, okay?
So, Fraser looks really confused. And he's just like, who are you?
We're the people that Musashi let live. No, she does not say that. She does not say that.
Shouldn't he be used to us by now? This is probably the most use he's gotten out of this office in months.
No, so he elaborates. He's gotten offers from both Kirsch and Holland.
Oh, I see. So he's a little flabbergasted.
Except for now, you need to convince him to take one versus the other.
I owe Kirsch a favor. So, yeah.
Yeah, but our boss, you work for Holland.
But I owe Kirsch a favor.
Yeah, but you can fix that favor elsewise.
It's a
but
very
you work for
personal...
Holland.
Who was the first person to come in and talk to you? It was Al, but I was with him.
I mean, by your logic then, Al, what do you say?
We did walk back together. We had that whole little, that little moment we had when we walked from the truck to his
You
office.
did not roll a seduction roll.
So, how would you like to convince him to pick one faction over the other? You could do a roll-off between people.
I mean, if y'all are really that big on Holland getting in on it.
Well, the thing is, like, you work, like, Romy works for Holland right now, too.
Yes. Romy is technically under contract with Holland.
So,
I
like,
haven't even met
you
the guy, so I mean...
No, you don't know. You don't know who we contacted in Holland. You just know that it's Holland.
Could we just say that technically offering this to Kirsch counts as that favor and clear both things up? Even though they didn't get the deal, Romy still
just
got them
giving them
in the door.
Hey, yeah, I mean...
If they didn't offer the better offer, I guess what I would say. She's like, who offered the better offer?
Yeah, who had the better offer?
They are actually both offering very similar deals.
Alright, I'm getting on the horn with Kirsch. Get me Holloway. I'm using my my data plating to call him through my...
Can Cat hack? Can we do a roll-off in hacking?
No, I'm just going to call Kirsch and I'm going to be like, look, you give these people a better deal. I've done my part. It's up to you from here out.
Yeah, but I mean...
You call, say it, you don't get Holloway directly, but basically the offer that they make is final. Like, that is their... Like, there was negotiating, so, like, it is a final offer.
Well, I'm telling them, hey, somebody else put in a better offer. I did my part, got you in the door. This is my favor. I'm done. We're square. Thanks for the bullets. See you later.
Give me,
I feel like that's gonna come back and bite you, but...
You don't have charm or take control, right?
Nope.
Give me a flat D20 then.
A flat D20.
Yep.
I blow something up.
Yeah, that doesn't help you here.
Might be blowing up your future career, but that's not gonna...
Give me a flat D20.
Oh.
Oh.
I call back and I say, hey, all that stuff I said, that wasn't me.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah,
That was
Just
they
one of my drones.
look, it was a good plan to try to pay off the favor this way. Just accept that you owe them a favor still.
yeah, their thing is like either the deal goes through or is not a favor repaid.
Fine.
So, I mean, is Kat the only one who essentially has not made huge enemies with anyone except who is already a huge enemy?
Possibly.
Al doesn't have any enemies. He just has lots of friends.
Friends that want to stab him.
Like, I'm just trying to think about, like, Kat did the hacking into the learn about Musashi, but she, like, was already, like, the Union and her were not friends. It's like, she's a freaking outlaw, so it's like, it's not like she was hurting the camaraderie.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, she was not, and she wasn't even trying to get, like, ultra top secret, just stuff that, like, the government would prefer people not know.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so
Anyway,
Kirsch does
so
not agree.
Kat would be like, Kat would say to Fraser, take the Holland one. That's who sent us out here. So if you want to keep the like good nature of making sure the transport gets here on time and all that kind of thing, it's probably safer to take that one.
Should we, before he takes it, run the offer by Warner? Make sure that Warner is good with it.
No, Warner just said we had to make sure that the training cost was covered and that they would get their jobs. That's what he said.
Okay.
Which is
Alright.
that's what this would do.
Yeah, technically.
I mean, okay, double checking. As far as they're aware, privatizing the mine would not hurt the town, right?
You have no idea what the long-term ramifications of it is, but it would fulfill reopening the mine, which in theory should bring income back into the town as a whole.
They need to be able to like have their shops and stuff, and people being able to buy things in shops.
Yeah.
All of that.
So long-term ramifications, you don't know what this means for the town. Short-term,
I mean, we're basically giving a mine to Holland so they can take over the planet, but we're saving a town. So
Al pulls Kat aside and goes, maybe we should let Kirsch have this one.
she's like, ethically, I don't disagree with you. In terms of our own hides, I do.
Al looks at her strained and goes, we are in a tight spot here.
Yes. The fact that Holland jumped on this is our only way to gain favor back. And to explain why we are going to go apparently kill the worms for free.
What happens if it backfires?
Al lets out a big sigh and goes, yeah, damn it. Yeah, okay.
Like, Kat's just sitting here going, oh my god, this is the most charity work I've ever done. Just go with me on this, okay? Just go with me on this.
Al just nods and shuts up. But you can see the look in his eyes that he feels like he's just signed an entire town's death warrant. But at the same time...
No! Like, Kat wouldn't have agreed if she really thought it was a negative for the town.
It's a initial positive, yes. But, well, with what Holland does...
It might be... Okay, it's not a death for the town, because if Holland wages war on the rest of the planet, they need the mines functioning. The town is fine.
Saying all this out loud in front of the guy.
This is an interesting
No, we're-
sidebar conversation.
No, we're using, you know, I'm using my implant to send thought messages over as
No,
emails.
And I'm just sitting there, giving it to him verbatim. Like, this is why you should choose Kirsch. This is what they're saying in the background. This
No,
is why
you
you
did
should
not.
choose Kirsch.
Wilmy, I will hack your mech and send you straight into a worm's mouth.
I think that would piss off some AI peoples if you hacked my mech.
No, it wouldn't. They don't care.
NHPs are not technically AI. They don't care.
We're like in the horse
Yeah.
clan.
But it's the world of creepy space gods. If you want to be worthy, you better be able to resist the hack.
It's got a point. If you fail, it's kind of your fault.
I'm gonna upgrade my NHP.
So yeah.
Besides, I have an AI in mine now too. So
But mine would be all fancy and not be able to cascade and all that stuff.
I mean, not cascading is different than being forced to walk into a pit.
Nope, not cascading sounds very impressive.
Cascade's a condition.
I mean, you're right. You won't cascade when I send you into the sandworm's mouth. You would be totally safe from cascading.
Yeah, that's fair.
Be
So
sure to paint a target on my back first.
Oh, I will.
Anyways,
So you decide that you're gonna convince him to sign the Holland contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Al and Kat are already sort of in hot water with their boss, and
and Al's in hot water with everybody, so he's just shutting up.
Romy figures she has a
Okay, Kage.
another favor she
That's
can
your
send
last
to
one.
him.
That's terrible. Genuinely terrible. So yeah. Yes, Kage. So yeah, the Holland contract's actually significantly better than the original deal you promised. So yes, they're going to pay to open the mine. Yes, they're going to pay to train people, and they are going to make sure that they employ as many people from the town as possible. Holland is actually agreeing to pay some of the people to be miners, to use them as consultation on further improving their automated systems.
That's such a cushy gig.
right? Yeah, I mean, like, well, we knew that even though we were getting a raw deal on our contract, like he had to sit down with a paper and a wooden carved pen. It's not like Holland doesn't show off a bit when they can.
Feels like
Sure.
we could wriggle out of the whole worm thing since we got him a better deal.
No, I think that was part of our.
Then we'll be like, hey, what if we got you this in exchange for no worm stuff?
Nice try.
You deserved that timeout for that last one. That was bad.
Oh man, it's the first time I've seen somebody booted from a stream.
Got a 1 second timeout for that.
Uh,
Oh, that was a bad pun, sir. That was a bad pun.
so anyways,
So yeah, so you take the deal over to Mr. Alistair Warner, and sure enough, he's quite happy with the new contract. And he's happy to sign both the contract and for the payment for the current shipment.
We're out of here. That's all we had to do.
Yeah, it's like we could leave if we hadn't already agreed to take care of the worms.
Yeah.
I was silently wondering how this is going to be blamed on him.
No. The worm thing is all Cat, and she knows it. But it was the only way she thought to make it. Well, she figured it's not exactly charity work to be like. I mean, it's not actually being like nice or kind. To be like, yeah, we'll get your mind back open, but then you have to take care of the worms. When they saw what the worms did to the guy's body, it's like they're the ones with the freaking max. Like you're not doing them a favor if you're basically telling them to go to their deaths fighting things. Like I don't.
Mine's open. Bye.
So yeah. So as part of your initial contract, you do have this help unload. Luckily, you have mechs. It's not terribly hard for you to. Yeah, I mean, Al by himself can
Yeah, I'm like
pretty safely move a lot of those
Not
mechs.
gonna be very useful for that.
One's like, I'll lift that small box. One small box.
The goblin would be like, I can get this chair for you, I guess. I don't know what you expect.
No, you got to be like the foreman to my worker. Just point
Ooh.
out, box goes over here, and I'll be like,
No, like the goblin just goes up to Al's shoulder and is just like sitting on the like a monkey. on Al's shoulder.
I may not be as big as Al, but I have a bunch of hands.
I mean, technically, you didn't have to bring the goblin. You still have access to an Everest.
Oh yeah, that would have been fun.
Excuse you?
Going back to the Everest after being in the Goblin.
yeah,
You
I'm
don't
gonna go
have-
back to driving my 2000 Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah, you don't have to drive your Porsche. You can go grab your Neo.
No,
My-
you know that.
My forest
You know
green manual
I
Elantra
know
wagon.
What Milavani means. How unfaithful do you think I am? Milavani means lover in Czech. Like
Yeah.
beloved.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta do work.
No, like that's why she's like, gonna help direct the.
So yeah, you do the unload.
I mean, like I feel like that's pretty stereotypical of their relationship anyway. Like it's not like either of them would blink an eye at the fact that she's helping like tell them where to place things down and shouting out for other people to get out of the way. And
I leave things up and put them down. It's my job. Yeah, I think it's narratively okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. So honestly, it's real short work for you to unload the freight. You know, there's a dedicated unloading zone where they'll have to go through and they'll manually, you know, process out all the goods and stuff. That's not part of your contract. You would go back to the truck and you would technically load up to be transported back. But you promised that you would stay.
Who's gonna break it to the driver that he has to go help us fight worms?
Well, the driver's got orders for you.
yeah,
Oh,
he has to.
So we get to walk back, is what you're saying after fighting these worms.
You got a message. It's not just a Holland message. It's a Justin Barnett message.
Oh,
It's a real short message. It just says, well, I guess you'll have to clean up your mess.
that bastard.
And attached is a contract for you to clear out the mines. You're supposed to clear out the whole nest.
And that's what I figured. Yeah, there's no point in cleaning out part of that.
Yeah, like, you were like, yeah, we'll help you clear out some of it. No, you're clearing out the whole thing. You're the team assigned officially to clear out the nest. But that will not be today.
You know what? You know what? That's fine because if he attached the contract, that means that that's an actual job.
Yes.
And we're not doing it completely for free anymore. So fine.
Yes, you are actually on job now. You are on the job. You were being paid.
So we actually screwed up less than they thought they did.
Yeah.
Worked out.
Just a little bit less.
Yeah.
Hey. With Holland, we will always take screw up a little bit less.
I mean, that's an important goal in life.
I mean, I feel like that is my goal in general. Just scoop a little bit less this time.
I mean, that's fair.
So, all right. So yeah, we have a thing we have to do with the worms, but I'm curious. Like, was this what you were alluding to, that we were kind of heading in one direction earlier, or was that something totally different?
Yeah. This was sort of the direction that you guys started going down. There was a couple ways to get people involved. Like, you could have just called Holland initially and just be like, hey, it's just mine and they need...
We can't help that Justin has been ghosting us.
Oh, that's fair. But, like, you have contacts with Holland other than Justin, technically.
Do we?
Yeah. You can just contact Holland. You work for Holland.
Yeah, but he
Keep
made
him...
it pretty clear that we basically work for him.
You do, but he's not here right now. Or he wasn't. So, like, it is reasonable that, like, when your main contact is not available, you find somebody.
Oh, are we acting like he's reasonable now? I didn't know that.
He is. He's a very reasonable man. Also, you technically have an agent that is not working for him that also could have contacted Holland.
She was too busy trying to backstab Holland.
Yeah, apparently that's a thing that developed. I have no control over that one. Yeah, that's a whole other story that we'll have to get dealt with at some point, I guess.
I mean, like, Kat was just doing her best to not get Holland to be like, what the f do you guys think you guys were doing?
Yeah, Romy's not a team player.
Handing a mine to a rival company.
Romy stepped back and let y'all do your thing.
Sort of. There was a little sabotage at the end.
Never trust a busker. That's what I always say.
She's a little duplicitous, a little bit.
Only a little bit?
Like we said earlier, a liar.
Yeah.
She grew up on the hard, well, not streets, I guess.
Al is literally from a prison planet.
There's an entire Clutch song about me. That's a very, very thin margin of joke for me and maybe one other person to get.
So,
Harker still has not told the team the truth about where he came from at all. And he's a gambler who lost his ship. I mean, Kat's a hacker who uses a ton of different names in the underworld. And Al came from a prison planet, but it's the freaking new girl that's the liar who deceiving everybody.
She's basically a space traveler, like a gypsy type traveler. She's not very.
never
very
trust a
honest.
gypsy.
She need to be.
Okay, you guys.
I know, that's why I said traveler, but when you
Then
say
you said
when you say space traveler, it means a totally different thing. Nobody thinks, oh, he's talking about gypsies.
Also,
Anyways.
you also could have just convinced him to sign the contract. Just like, be like, listen, just gonna sign it anyway. Just sign it. Like, you can't.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but overall, I think that, we did what we always do, which is overcomplicate something, and then find an interesting solution to it, and now we have to fight somebody.
Somebody. Ha! Ha ha! Ha!
a nest of worms.
That's funny. You think it's one person.
Well, listen, I'm using somebody in the plural sense.
Like, find me somebody to love. And...
Yeah. Human worm, whatever.
Yeah, get ready for worms. You're gonna be introduced to a new NPC type.
God.
I
Get
feel
ready
like,
for worms.
does anyone have the skinning knife if we're going to be doing this?
So you're gonna be introduced
Find one in town.
to a new NPC type. It's great. You'll love it. It's called Squad.
Squad?
That does not sound.
Squad is generally meant to represent a squad of people or small entity.
No.
It's multiple things.
Hmm.
Like a ball of worms.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So they're not super good. So that's good. But they have a crap ton of resistance. And yeah. They're stronger or weaker based on how many are in the squad.
Squad goals.
Yeah.
Telling you what, Kat's gonna be on Albatross's shoulder like usual, but if she gets knocked off, she's getting the hell out of that rest of that fight. No. No.
Also,
She can literally get swallowed by one. That's not happening.
I would like to point out you can't hack
Being knocked over currently, by the way.
you can't hack organic things.
I know. So Kat's just gonna be like not helpful at all.
Yeah.
But again, something smaller than me cannot knock me over. I do stress, something smaller than me cannot knock me over.
But it doesn't have to. It just has to stun you.
What size are you?
3.
Well, don't worry.
Probably.
The worms are also size 3. The big ones are size 3 also.
I thought
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You say that we are being introduced to a new NPC called Squad.
Yeah.
Is there a diplomatic solution to the worms?
No.
no, the worms.
No.
But yeah, no, I literally
The situation when you didn't have to deal with worms.
was getting him to sign and splitting town.
Yeah. Or getting someone else to do the thing, or any number of things, but this particular route you took is, I guess you're dealing with worms.
Is there any representative from the Bene Gesserit there? Is a pain box I can go to become the Shai Halud and
No.
ride the worms out?
No. No.
Okay, question.
Yes.
I know heat isn't the same thing, but can you overheat a worm?
So,
Hack it.
organic
I know, for
things
hacking.
do have burn. They don't have heat in the sense that they don't take
Well, because one of my
reactor.
things is you can create 3 size 1 data constructs in free spaces adjacent to your target. When a character passes through one of the constructs, they take 2 heat, and the construct disappears.
Yes. So,
So, would that work as an explosive thing? Because that's literally all I have. All I have is
They just go, ooh, that was warm. And then they're okay.
Ugh.
all I have is I have lock on, which should be able to be done. But I can't invade or eject power cores. I can construct an ideal image or a false idol. And that's and then the constructing things for that if they move through they get heat.
Can you do melee attacks from on top of?
No, I don't have any melee weapons.
Well, you use the whatchamacallit weapon.
I mean, there's always the option. Cat could just be I'm not any good against organic, so I'm just gonna stay back here, guys.
You can do the improvised attack.
Literally, there is nothing she can do against them.
Just gather rocks and start throwing rocks from on top of Al at the worms.
Yes, so they don't take heat the same way. We'll cover that get to it, but basically you have to fight them a little differently. Not that they don't take heat, it's that they process heat a little differently. We'll cover the specific bit when we get there. But none of your like basic hacking stuff is going to work against them.
Right. Well, the issue is I don't have anything but the basic hacking stuff. So.
Technically, you always have access to your stuff, so you can change your loadout. Because this is a town, so it's not like you're without access to a facility, right? Like, as I mentioned, they have mechs, right? Like this, they have lancers
Oh boy.
in the city. So if you'd like to swap out any abilities, you can. You can swap your autopod to a gun, because you have access to any guns that you normally have access to. You know for a fact that you're going to go fight some worms.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to figure out this week because I don't really know what I can do.
Here's a question. Do we get downtime action before this, or is this considered the same mission?
You won't get a downtime action, but you can change your loadout. Like you have the access to like their mech facility.
Cool.
So basically, if you have ways of generating heat that aren't hacking, you can still use them because that just causes energy damage. Is what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But like things that like invasive systems, they don't have systems, can't invade them.
Right. Well, that's why I said like the only thing she has is like she can construct things that look the same and false idols and stuff like that. Mostly, this fight would all be about her just trolling the worms.
Are we able to switch out systems as well, or just weapons?
You can swap out anything that you already own. So all your systems and all your weapons are freely swappable at any time that you have access to a facility that's capable of doing so.
Okay.
Which this town is. So you will be able to swap your gear out. We'll have to let Kimchi know as well that is an option that they have. And that they get to fight worms. Yay, worms!
But we're getting paid for it.
Yeah, that is true. I'm sure she'll love that.
Like, I mean, like, Kimchi messaged me going like, I don't know what Hauke's supposed to do here because Hauke's nice, but he's not gonna do stuff for free. Like, well, good, you're getting paid for it.
I mean, that's fair. Now you're getting paid. So yeah, I guess that'll wrap us up a little early today. I tried to make the session a little bit more compact this time around, which it did.
Like, except you guys took forever to get any hands.
Yeah. That was a little unexpected. But not entirely unexpected.
Like, I half expected you guys to be idiots.
I mean, I wouldn't say idiots.
I mean, it's fair.
I mean, us ending early means I get time to do other things today, maybe. Possibly, probably not, because I'm real tired. Because I've been up real early because I had that charity stream today. Which, by the way, they made quite a bit of money.
Nice.
Apparently they raised, what was the final total? $11,136.
Wow.
Damn.
Apparently the next highest supporting campaign that ran recently got 6,000, so they blew that last charity out by a lot. That last charity stream by a whole lot. Apparently for pancreatic research, they raised up enough money to do one set of organoid testing, which is apparently where they do 30 organoids from the tumor of each pancreatic cancer patient. Then they subject these organoids to 30 different cancer treatments to find the best personalized results for that patient, which then they use to like base on like other tests to try to figure out what the heck works, to try to like get a more universal cure. So apparently they raised enough to cover one full testing suite. Well, that's cool. Yeah. Unfortunately, their stream and charity is done. So, I can't tell you to go watch and donate because they're done.
I mean, you can tell them to donate anyways.
I don't know if they're still collecting though, as how that works, because normally you can't just straight donate. Charities don't like when you do that because, like, you know, weird frauds and things. That's sort of the issue with charities.
Yeah, okay.
But, you know, give to charity. Good.
Do your research. Make sure you're not giving to charities that, like, I don't know, go to build a wall or anything. If anyone remembers that news story.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I guess we're done for today, so let me just switch my stream over to a chatting stream. And okay. They can still hear me and I can still hear them, but you guys can't, I'm pretty sure. So, thanks everybody who came today. Thanks for the hosts. Kage, you know what you did. You know why you got timed out. Those were bad puns, man. Those were bad puns. Still appreciate you coming. And I'll let you get away with a lot of those. And the last one, but like, man, they were some bad puns. Bad, you should feel bad. But thank you for coming, nonetheless. We do these streams every other Sunday, so that means the next Lancer stream for part 2 of Wormsign, technically episode 6, because we're making these episodes now, is going to be on September 6th, starting 6 p.m. Eastern. Again, I'm not sure when I'm going to resume my regular streaming schedule. I'd like to do that sometime soon, but I don't want to make promises if I can't keep them. So for now, we'll just put a pin in it, and we'll see what happens. If I do start streaming again, it'll be later in the day, just by proxy of the fact that I do work a night shift, and on Sundays I kind of get a little bit of wiggle room to make room for like other people's schedules, but I would ideally prefer to keep on my night shift schedule. So when I start working full time, Lancer's gonna get real interesting with my sleep schedule. But for now, thanks everybody who came. I hope to see you next time, and until then, stay safe and take care of yourselves.